Good morning again. Good morning to everybody. My name is Sadia Bobtoya. I'm Program Coordinator at the International Water Management Institute here in Accra. A very big welcome to you from our management and our partners, Alliance for Biodiversity and International and CIAT. We extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We thank you very much for making your time here. I know it's a very busy time of the year for all of us. But to take time off to be here means how important this topic is to all of you. So let's give ourselves a round of applause for waking up early in the morning and making it here. Great. So today we are here to have stakeholders. All of us here are actually stakeholders who are working in different areas in the agri-food system sector in Ghana. We have a broad range of groups represented here. We have government, of course. So let me see all the government representatives. Can I see you raise your hand and wave? Yes, please, let's clap for government. Government is the steer, is the driver, right, of the wheel. We also have our development partners, without whom we are not able to achieve much because we work together and they help us with resources. And we bring our resources together, both human and funding, to get things going. So a round of applause to all our development partners in the house. Great. We also have academia and research, right? We are talking about innovations, we are talking about circularity, and there are really new ideas that are springing up every day. And most of this is coming from research and innovation. So can we wave those of us from academia and research? Thank you very much for coming. Great. We have private sector, right? The engine of growth. So private sector representatives, can we see you here? Excellent. Please make sure the money flows, yeah? Civil society, right? NGOs, who are the representatives and capacity building in the communities. They are the ones who are spearheading that and supporting government as partners of development. Can we see you? CSOs and NGOs. I call them my people because I work very closely with them. Thank you. We also have the farmers, farmer-based organizations. Do we have any representatives from communities and farmer-based organizations? I know some people were invited, or maybe they haven't been able to arrive here yet. But let's give them a round of applause. Last but not the least, have I missed anyone? Our friends from the media, right? All that we are doing here, we need to make sure that people who are not in this room get to know about what is happening. And they are the ones that really take the information out there. And they are excellent partners in communication and dissemination. Can we give a round of applause to our media partners as well? Have I missed anybody? Does anybody here feel left out? Okay, so we are good to go. So thank you very much, all of you, for coming. We will start off. So today's program is actually part of a series of initiatives that have been initiated from 2021. The CGIAR Accelerated for Impact platform of Alliance for Biodiversity International and CIAT started this initiative in 2021. Which is aimed to de-risk and co-design innovations within the agri-food system sector. And this is done through an innovation challenge that is organized in countries around specific issues that address specific problems or challenges in these countries. So we've had this stakeholder consultation and the challenge happen in a number of countries already. We have Colombia, Egypt, Morocco, Kenya, Tanzania, I think is ongoing, Rwanda, Tunisia, Uzbekistan. And today is Ghana's turn. I thought you would clap to that. So today is Ghana's turn, and here today we are collaborating. So CIAT, Biodiversity, and CIAT is organizing this in partnership with IWMI, the International Water Management Institute, and actually IWMI is a convener for Ghana's workshop. So Ghana's workshop today brings all of us together to help us discuss and also develop the areas that this challenge would cover for Ghana. And in our case here, we are looking at circular economy, right, as the area that we want to really narrow down on and see what kind of innovations that this challenge that will be organized later on should focus on. So we are looking at the priorities at the country level. We are looking at what are the opportunities that exist in our context. And we're also looking at the partnerships with all the broad range of stakeholders that are here and even those that are not in this room. How can we work together to ensure that this challenge is successful? And whoever is chosen or the groups that are chosen, we build their capacity, we provide the enabling environment to be able to move this forward after the competition or the challenge is organized. So that is why we're all here today, and we really appreciate that you've made your time. Not to take any more of your time, but this context provided, and as we understand why we are here today, I'd like to take the opportunity to just introduce the guests that we have, our high-level guests on the high table. So I would like to start with Dr. Jacob Parry Chuga Anankwari. He's the Deputy CEO of EPA in charge of General Services, and he is representing the Minister on the Minister's behalf. Yes. So thank you very much, sir, for coming. We also have Engineer Dr. Betha Date. She is a private consultant and subdivision lead for water, sanitation, and environment at the Ghana Institute of Engineering, and she will be setting the scene for us today. Thank you very much, Madam, for coming. We also have Mrs. Jerusalem. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Mrs. Jerusalem Fasika. She's the country manager for the African Development Bank. Thank you very much, Mom. Okay, excellent comes in. Then we have my own boss, my Oga Pata at the top, like we say, Professor Kehinde Olufunso Ogunjobi. He's the country representative for Ghana at the International Water Management Institute. Please, let's clap for him because I need to get good brownie points. Thank you, sir. I'll leave my mom for last. We also have Dr. Jean-Pierre Menza. He's Senior Manager, Partnerships and Innovative Finance at Alliance Biodiversity International and CIAT, our key member or partner in this initiative. I've left Madam last because she is a representative of a government as well. And she is the ambassador for Italy, of Italy to Ghana and Togo, Her Excellency Laura Panali. Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be hearing later from all these invited, high-level invited guests. And we'll also have a panel discussion later on in the day. We'll be introducing our panelists later in the day as well. In order not to waste any more time, I think we'll just go right into the program. First, to present his opening is Professor Kehinde Alufonso Ogunjobi, country representative for EME. Thank you very much, sir. Please.
Thank you very much, our dear chief hosts. Sadia, thank you so very much for this excellent intro. Her Excellency, Laura Ranalli, Ambassador of Italy to Ghana and Togo. Dear distinguished Country Manager for African Development Bank, here present. Representative of the Honorable Minister, the CEO of the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA Ghana, Dr. Jacob. Our dear partner from CIAT, Dr. John, and my dear sister, the key speaker of the day. Esteemed colleagues, partners, friends from the media houses here present this morning, gentlemen, on behalf of the International Water Management Institute, IMI, It is my great pleasure here standing before you, representing the Director General of IWMI, to welcome you to this high-level Circular Economy for Ghana Consultation workshop. We are extremely honored to host this workshop in partnership with the Alliance of Bioversity and CIAT. Thank you so very much for the collaboration, Dr. John. Through the CGIAR Accelerated for Impact platform and the African Development Bank. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, our purpose today is not simply to discuss challenges, but to identify gaps, opportunity, and most importantly, national priorities for Ghana's circular agri-food transition. We are here to co-design actionable pathways for innovation that are grounded in evidence informed by the realities of farmers amongst us, industries, local system, and strategically positioning them to attract meaningful investment. Ladies and gentlemen, together, we will explore how circular approaches such as waste valorization, regenerative agriculture, nutrient recovery, and circular logistics can contribute significantly to Ghana's national circular economic framework and climate prosperity plan. Furthermore, today's consultation will bring us a step forward towards designing the Circular Economy for Ghana Innovative Challenges 2026, an innovative aim at identifying, supporting, and scaling science-driven circular solution for Ghana agri-food system. This global model has already been implemented. I think Sadia also mentioned that in some 6 countries of Morocco, Kenya, Uzbekistan, Egypt, Rwanda, and of course, Colombia. It is the turn of Ghana today for us to design this innovation. You can put your hands together. Yes. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, as experts in your field, the insight we share today, rooted in your priority evidence and live experience, will directly shape the Ghana edition of this initiative, and we look forward to hearing from you. As IWMI, our commitment remains unwavering. We are dedicated to generating the science, partnership, and innovative ecosystem needed to support Ghana's transition towards climate resilient and climate agri-food systems. Through the expert works of our integrated circular economy transformation team, the IWMI-led Circular Bioeconomy Innovation Hub, and our broader Research for Development initiative, we strive to ensure that circular agri-food innovations are not only technically sound, but also put in context appropriate for investment and inclusiveness. I would like to, at this stage, acknowledge the CGIAR Science Program on Multifunctional Landscape and on Food Frontiers and Security, as well as the Alliance for Bioversity and CIAT, whose funding support has made today's gathering possible. Please help me to appreciate these 2 institutions. We are equally grateful, Your Excellencies, to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for its steadfast support and gracious endorsement of this initiative. Thank you so very much, CEO, for representing the minister here this morning. Allow me to extend my heartfelt thanks to the A4IP team at the Alliance for Bioversity and CIAT, and to all my colleagues in IWMI. Please wave your hands. From IWMI, if you are here, please wave your hand. Yes, thank you for coming. Thank you. Those are the team that has made it very possible for us to be here today. Finally, I hope today's discussion is going to be bold, practical, and collaborative. I invite each of you to share openly, challenge constructively, and engage actively as we collectively define the priorities and opportunities that will shape the circular economy for Ghana agenda. Thank you once again as I look forward to a very productive session. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Kenny. He's affectionately called Kenny by all of us. So thank you very much, Kenny, for that excellent opening. Since it's a partnership between IWMI and Bioversity International and CIAT, we also have Dr. Jean-Pierre Menza, Senior Manager, Partnerships and Innovative Finance, to also give his opening remarks. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
Just 1 second. All right. Good morning, everyone. How are you feeling today? I hope you had your cup of coffee this morning to keep you awake in this very long day. So, again, good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners. Let me start first by thanking our dear colleagues from the International Water Management Institute for this collaborative effort that brought us today into this consultation workshop dedicated to circular economy in Ghana. And I'm here on behalf of the Alliance Bioversity International in CIAT and our country representative, Dr. Wule Tabu Abera, who is on mission today, and he's extending his welcoming words to you all. So, also, let me take an opportunity to acknowledge and thank our esteemed high-level speakers today, and with a special thanks to Mrs. Jerusalem Fasika, country representative of the African Development Bank. And we've been working very closely with this team to develop an important report that will be announced here today. I would like also to acknowledge the Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs International Cooperation, represented today by Ambassador Ranalli. Thank you, and thank you also to the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation for being here. So, and this also to all the national institutions and private sector research universities that are attending this event. So this means that this topic, circular economy, it's quite relevant and there is a shared interest that brought us together here in this room. So just to say, our organization has a long-standing collaboration and engagement in Ghana, and we've been working with many institutions that are here today. Specifically, we collaborated with the Minister of Agriculture in one of their program, FEED program. We've been working, we collaboratively work with the National Research Council and other universities and to develop innovations that are science-based and context-specific, so to help Ghana's agri-food systems. Our work in the country has been focusing on integrated soil fertility management, regenerative agriculture, seed systems, climate-smart agriculture, soil restorations, and market intelligence, as well as evidence-based agri-food policy and support. And we've been also supporting specific value chains, specifically the cocoa value chain. But why we are here today is the circular economy, because this is an increasing important topic for Ghana, with around 50% of the Ghanaian population being part of working in agriculture, and it's 30% of the gross domestic profit. Gross domestic profit coming from the agricultural sector is becoming an important topic. So these sectors indeed remains high vulnerable to climate shocks, post-harvest loss is becoming an increasing problem. There is an issue related to soil degradation and waste management challenges. Just to give a number, we have almost 13,000 tons of waste per day, of which 61% is organic. So while on one end is an untapped resources that can be converted into compost, biofertilizer, biogas, and other circular products, at the moment, this is something that is yet not fully valorized. So with this issue, we have been thinking about bringing these actors, all of you together, to really think at ways that can lead to generating new ideas that can allow us to bring solutions to the ground. So considering this brings a huge opportunities for the green enterprise development and also youth employment in the future, our role is to ensure that we can combine these needs, that is the importance of addressing waste management issue, with the important advancement made by Ghana in the last few years. Just to say that 57% of population, the 50% mobile internet penetration, with one of Africa's fastest growing mobile money markets, a vibrant network of startups, accelerators, tech hubs, and universities in West Africa. These are conditions that position Ghana to become a regional leader in agri-tech and circular innovation and green growth. Through Bioversity International and CIAT and the Accelerate for Impact platform, together with IWMI, we've been working, to identify avenues that can bring new innovative models to the ground. So we see an important opportunity here in Ghana to accelerate the emergence of circular and climate smart agri-innovation with strong potential for national and regional scale. And our colleagues at IWMI have already developed and tested more than 20 models that can help transforming waste and wastewater into valuable resources to public-private partnership, demonstrating that circular solutions can be technically feasible, financially viable, and socially impactful. So we need to start building on this evidence to scale, to collaborate with a number of actors that can allow us to take this solution at a scale and deploy them with beneficiaries. So today's workshop is an important opportunity to connect actors operating across the circular economy and the agri-food innovation space. We want to identify system-level changes and challenges and opportunities. We want to strengthen the collaboration across the sector. And the intent is to collaboratively work to design a Ghana-led innovation challenge initiative. So your perspective, insights, and experience are essential today to shaping the program that is hopefully actionable, inclusive, and transformative. So my request for all of you in this consultation is to use this space for dialogue, collectively work on exploring these ideas and partnership that can drive meaningful impact for Ghana and the opportunity to work together on this new innovative project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's give Dr. Jean-Pierre another round of applause. Excellent. So we now have the two partners or conveners have spoken. They've welcomed all of us, given us context why we are here today and why it's so important that your presence here would contribute to something very, very key in the development of circular economy in Ghana. We now have, like I mentioned earlier, high-level speakers who would be given their remarks, like to support this process. We would like to start with Mrs. Jerusalem Fasika, Country Manager for African Development Bank. Please, let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Good morning, everyone. Deputy CEO of Environmental Protection Agency, represents the Honorable Minister of Food and Agriculture, Her Excellency Laura Ranalli, pleasure seeing you, Ambassador of Italy and Togo in Ghana. Professor Kehinde Gonjibi, hope I'm pronouncing it right, country representative of the International Water Management Institute. Dr. Menza, Senior Manager of Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT. I just met my sister this morning, Engineer Dr. Beth Darrett. It's always wonderful to have women engineers in the room. Ghana Institute of Engineers. Greetings from the African Development Bank, your bank, and our bank. It's an honor and pleasure to join you today at this consultation workshop convened by the Consultative Group on International Agriculture Research, CGIAR, in collaboration with the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT, the International Water Management Institute, and the Circular Bioeconomy Innovation Hub. First of all, allow me to commend you for creating this platform to collectively strengthen Ghana's circular economy innovation ecosystem for climate resilience agriculture, an initiative that is both timely and catalytic. Today's dialogue is not just technical, it's a strategic. We are here to align research, entrepreneurship, and policymaking. Our common commitment to validating the real challenges faced in Ghana's agri-food system and identifying high-impact value chains shows that this initiative is anchored in local realities and future-focused thinking. Future-focused thinking, guiding principle, I would like us to keep in mind today. Is the mic okay? Okay. In this context, allow me to briefly highlight the work of the African Development Bank through its Innovation and Entrepreneurship Lab, established within the Human Capital, Youth and Skills Development Department. The lab was created with support from, thank you. The lab was created with support from the Boost Africa Initiative, a flagship entrepreneurship and innovation program jointly led by the African Development Bank Group, the European Investment Bank, the European Commission, and the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. As a concrete example, last year, the lab implemented a national capacity building program for 20 enterprise support organizations across 10 regions of Ghana, of which 90% of youth-led and 55% female-led. This enterprise support organization constitutes the backbone of Ghana's innovation systems. Their deep understanding of the circular economic and environmental context ensures that entrepreneurship support is not duplicated, but rather strengthened and amplified. While this program enhanced digital literacy and strengthened ecosystem irrigation, it also revealed a strong demand among Ghanaian youth and women for digital tools that enable circularity, such as real-time data systems, traceability solutions, market access platforms, and digital advisory services. This appetite of innovation clearly demonstrates that Ghana is prepared to transition from pilot initiatives to large-scale circular solutions. Across Africa, the pressure of climate change, food insecurity, increasing waste generation, and are intensifying. Circularity combined with digitalization and fourth industrial revolution technologies stand as one of the continent's most powerful levers for building resilience and fostering inclusive, sustainable growth. In Ghana, opportunities exist for increased circularity in sectors that will create jobs and improve the economy with long-term positive impact in areas such as food systems, converting food waste into organic fertilizer to increase circularity in food system, packaging. This is recycling plastic packaging to increase circularity within the packaging industry, electronics, promoting circularity in the large and growing electronics sector through sustainable recycling and collection facilities, and fashion and textiles, converting fashion and textile wastes into garments for commercial export markets. All these areas are aligned with Ghana's Circular Economic Action Plan. This vision also fully aligns with the priorities set out in the African Development Bank's 10-year strategy covering 2024 to 2033. And one of the 4 cardinal points of the African Development Bank, which underscores innovation, agriculture, and youth employment as essential pillars of tackling poverty and reducing inequality. In advancing these priorities, the African Development Bank Group has introduced the youth skills and job marker systems designed to ensure that every investment contributes meaningfully to youth empowerment and sustainable job creation across the continent. Enhancing climate resilience and agriculture productivity is not optional. It's essential for Africa to harness its demographic dividend and attract strategic investment and build a competitive and sustainable industrial base. The African Development Bank reaffirms its commitment to working closely with governments and forward-looking organizations to strengthen frontline institutions, particularly enterprise support organizations, so that circular innovation and climate-smart agriculture solution can scale sustainably and deliver lasting impacts. This is why initiatives such as these are so important. They provide a valuable platform for co-creation, foster public-private partnerships, and catalyze impact-driven entrepreneurship. To this effect, I encourage you all to explore the bank's Innova platform, an artificially intelligence-powered knowledge and exchange platform designed to reduce information asymmetries, foster matchmaking, and accelerate ecosystem engagement for youth-led ventures. I also invite you to download the reports co-authored by the African Development Bank and CGIAR, which distills key lessons from the project implemented last year. Today, Ghana stands in a unique position with one of the highest data penetration rates on the continent, a fast-growing technology startup ecosystem, a dynamic mobile money market, and a government committed to modernizing the agriculture sector. Tomorrow, digitalization across entrepreneurial value chains will not only advance national development priorities, it will also strengthen the socio-economic competitiveness of communities. Empowered entrepreneurs build strong nations. If we work collaboratively and with intentionality, we can unlock innovations that build resilience, create jobs, reduce waste, and positions Ghana's agriculture as a model of circular economic excellence across the continent. Medase, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Yes, Dase. Please let's give her a round of applause. I must say that she's one person who was always honors our invitation when we have engagements, and she seems to be very involved, hands-on. Madam, we appreciate you so much for your contribution. Thank you very much. We would like to call on Her Excellency, Laura Ranalli, Ambassador of Italy to Ghana and Togo, to deliver her remarks. Please let's give her a round of applause.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm very honored and happy to be here today to give some remarks at the beginning of this very important seminar. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers, the Alliance of Bioversity International and CIAT, for inviting us and for convening this important consultation in close collaboration with the International Water Management Institute. Italy deeply values initiatives that bring science, policy, entrepreneurship, and development cooperation together to generate concrete long-term solutions. Italy considers climate resilience, sustainable agriculture, and circular economy development to be central pillars of its cooperation strategy. Through the Italian development cooperation, and in particularly through AICS, our Agency for Development Cooperation, we have some of the representatives of AICS here, and through the Piano Mattei for Africa, we support programs in West Africa that promote inclusive growth, strengthen local value chains, and advance the green transition. Ghana is a key partner in these efforts, and today's dialogue strongly reflects the shared priorities between our two countries. I would like to outline that our main project here in Ghana is on the agriculture sector. So we have a very strong dialogue with the Minister of Food and Agriculture, Eriko Poku, and we are building a model farm in the Volta region with the participation of Italian public and private sector. The transition toward the circular agri-food economy is both timely and necessary. Climate shocks, resource inefficiencies, and rising waste volumes are posing increasing challenges to agricultural productivity and food security. Yet these same challenges create opportunities to recover value from waste, to adopt regenerative production practices, to develop innovative business models, and to generate new green jobs for young people and women. Circular approaches are not only environmentally sound, but also economically strategic, strengthening competitiveness and building resilience across value chains. From Italy's perspective, the strength of this workshop lies in its multi-stakeholder and evidence-based approach. By bringing together policymakers, researchers, financiers, entrepreneurs, and farmer organizations, this workshop is designed to deepen ecosystem knowledge, spark collaboration, and catalyze co-design technically robust and socially inclusive initiatives that are grounded in local contexts and capable of driving investment and partnerships at scale. Italy particularly appreciates the emphasis on innovation, capacity development, and partnership building. These principles are at the heart of Italy's cooperation model and reflect our long-standing commitment to fostering knowledge exchange, technology transfer, and entrepreneurship. We welcome the opportunity to continue collaborating with Ghanaian institutions and with CGIAR, International Water Management Fund, and African Development Bank, and other partners represented here today. As you proceed with today's discussions, I encourage all participants to continue pursuing ambitious, practical, and collaborative pathways that support farmers, empower communities, and generate economic opportunities while safeguarding Ghana's natural resources. Allow me to conclude by reaffirming that the Italian Embassy stands fully committed to supporting Ghana's transition to a more circular, climate resilient, and sustainable agri-food system. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful discussion today. Sorry.
Thank you. No, it's okay. Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you. So in the earlier, yes. Please, let's give her a round of applause as she sits. In the earlier remarks by the country representative for IWMI, he did mention that the Minister for Food and Agriculture, Dr. Eric Opoku, was actually supposed to have been here by himself today. But it happens that today, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is actually launching the Vegetable Development Program in Afro region. And obviously, vegetable production falls under the Ministry of Agri. So the entire team from the Agri Ministry had to be called to that event. So that's why he's not able to make it here himself. He really wanted to be here. So he has delegated his authority to Dr. Jacob Parichuga Anankware, who we said is a deputy CEO at EPA in charge of general services, to give the remarks on behalf of the minister. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much. Prior to coming here, I knew I was coming to speak as a rep from the EPA. And when I entered, I realized I have to speak as a minister of food and agriculture as well. This is not my regular voice. If you hear me elsewhere, don't expect this voice, because I think I went to the north for a funeral and I think the dust gave me some cold. So the next time you meet me, this is not the kind of voice you will expect. Her Excellency, Honorable Laura Ranelli, Ambassador of Italy to Ghana and Togo, Professor Kehinde Olumfuso Ogunjobi, International Water Management Institute Country Representative for Ghana, West and Central Africa, Mrs. Jerusalem Fasika, Ghana Country Manager of the African Development Bank, the Senior Manager, Partnerships and Innovative Finance for the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT, Dr. Jean-Pierre Menza, distinguished guests, our reliable and ever-dependable development partners, our cherished friends from the media, researchers, scientists, colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to this strategic consultative workshop on the circular economy for Ghana. On behalf of the Environmental Protection Authority and the Minister for Food and Agriculture, I extend our warm welcome to you. I am deeply honored to participate in this very important dialogue as we explore how circular economy principles can transform Ghana's agri-food systems and strengthen our collective response to climate change. The chairperson, today's gathering comes at a defining moment for our beloved nation, Ghana. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama's novel reset agenda has called upon all of us, public institutions, private sector, development partners, and innovators, to fundamentally rethink how we approach development. The circular economy model that we will examine today embodies these reset challenges, which is supposed to move us towards a stewardship that is no longer business as usual. And it embodies these developmental challenges that we are supposed to explore. We are to transform waste into wealth, view environmental stewardship as economic opportunities, and to build systems where prosperity and sustainability advance together. For the Environmental Protection Authority, this initiative represents a practical pathway to operationalize the vision of a reset Ghana,
one that is climate resilient, resource efficient, and inclusive. The chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Environmental Protection Authority and the Ministry of Food and Agriculture stand at the critical intersection of environmental governance and climate action. Our mandate extends well beyond regulation and compliance. We are committed partners in implementing Ghana's National Circular Economy Framework, the Climate Prosperity Plan, and the broader climate commitments our nation has made under the Paris Agreement. The circular economy is not merely an environmental consideration. It is a comprehensive climate solution that simultaneously addresses mitigation, adaptation, and the sustainable development while creating pathways for green jobs and new economic opportunities. The chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's food agri-food systems, which employ over 30% of our population and remains the backbone of our economy, face unprecedented pressure from climate variability, resource depletion, and mountain waste volumes. Agriculture is our most resource-intensive sector, relying heavily on land, water, soil nutrients, and energy. Yet, it also generates significant organic waste and byproducts. Whereas managing the increasing problems at the base of the pipe to designing, we need to move from managing problems at the pipe to designing systems that prevent waste and recover materials and regenerate ecosystems. This is where circular economy innovators offer transformative and potential ideas that have the tendency to turn the fortunes of our country around. It has to include the packaging and logistics systems, advancing water use and nutrient recovery, and leveraging digital tools to optimize resource use. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Environmental Protection Authority brings critical assets to support the transition. We offer regulatory framework, environmental monitoring capabilities, technical expertise in sustainable practices, and our commitment to creating an enabling environment for green innovation stands tall. We are prepared to support circular economy enterprises through streamlined environmental compliance and pathways for innovations, technical guidelines that meet both national and international standards, and strategies as well as facilitation of pilot projects that demonstrate viability at large scale. Our role is to ensure that as we pursue economic growth and food security, we do so in ways that protect our natural resources and build resilience for future generations. I'm sure colleagues and senior members will begin to ask what is happening to our country regarding galamsey. That is a topic for another day. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the success of circular economy for Ghana depends fundamentally on the quality of partnerships we forge today and at this very meeting. We must move beyond working in silos to create an integrated ecosystem where innovation thrives, where smallholder farmers can access and benefit from innovation and circular solutions, where women and youth find meaningful green employment, where environmental protection and economic prosperity are mutually reinforcing. The Environmental Protection Authority pledges its full support, our full collaboration with the International Water Management Institute, the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT, the African Development Bank, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, the Ministry of Science, Environment and Technology, farmer organizations, research institutions. I've seen my own former university, the University of Energy and Natural Resources representatives here, private sector, and all actors and partners to present this initiative that delivers tangible results for Ghana's communities. The chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we engage in today's discussions, the high-level panel on needs, gaps, and enablers, the breakout sessions on challenges, finance, and scaling pathways, and our plenary sessions, I humbly encourage us to be ambitious in our vision, yet grounded in practical realities. Let us ensure that the innovations we champion are scientifically sound, environmentally responsible and benign, economically viable and responsive to the needs of those who will use them. Let us co-create solutions that strengthens farmer resilience, protect our ecosystems, contribute meaningfully to resetting Ghana's developmental trajectory towards sustainability and shared prosperity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention, and I look forward to a productive and transformative deliberation throughout this workshop. Long live the Reset Agenda. Long live Ghana's circular innovation ecosystem. Long live our beloved country, Ghana. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you very much, sir. I must say your power to be able to transform from a deputy CEO to a minister in seconds is something that we appreciate so much. And he delivered so well, didn't he? Please let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. So we've come to a point where we are delving deeper into the discussion, right? The discussion around circular economy. And we have looked around and chosen somebody who we feel will be able to give us the foundation, right? That was set today's discussion. When we looked around, we found no other person than engineer Dr. Bertha Date. She's a development consultant and policy advisor in Ghana's wash sector with over 20 years of experience in civil engineering, specializing in water supply, sanitation, and environmental engineering. I must add, and there's no bias here, I must confess, that she holds her BSc and MSc from the best university in the whole world, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. I didn't hear that clap from my UNED people. Please, still clap. She's a senior professional engineer of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, and she currently chairs the Water, Environment, and Sanitation subgroup. Dr. Date her work spans consultancy, policy advisory services, academia. She has served as a lecturer and research fellow at the Regional Center for Energy and Environmental Sustainability at UNED. So you did get a piece of her. Please, let's clap for her. An advisory board member to the former Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, and also a facilitator for the Switch Learning Alliance at KNUST. Madame Date has contributed a lot to several publications, and she has been invited as the guest speaker for today's event to give us the scene setting. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Dr. Bertha Date to give us a scene setting. Thank you. Please let's clap for her as she comes so she can be motivated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sadia, and good morning to everybody. First, let me thank the organizers, IWMI and Alliance for Biodiversity International, for inviting me. I feel very honored, and I'm glad to be part of this discussion. So let me also acknowledge the high table, the representative of the minister, the country manager for African Development Bank, the country rep for IWMI, Her Excellency, Italian Ambassador to Ghana and Togo, and Dr. Mensah from the Alliance for Biodiversity International and CIAT. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, innovators. I've seen quite a lot of people I know from the circular economy fraternity. Sadia mentioned farmers. I was hoping to see a lot of farmer groups here as well, and academia. So I think I'm torn between UNE and KNUST. KNUST is the foundation, but I had a brief engagement with UNE, so I would like to also acknowledge my friends from UNE here. I hope by the end of this presentation, we can all envisage a Ghana where we have unlocked the full potential of the power of circular economy. Sorry, just a minute here. Thank you. Great. I hope by the end of this presentation, we would all be able to envision a Ghana where we have unlocked the power of circular economy and where no resource is wasted, but harnessed to provide inputs for agricultural sector, and where innovations will flow from all of us here, researchers, and flow directly to our farmers so that farmers can be more resilient to climate change and have more sustainable livelihoods. So I start my presentation. So recently, I have been traveling in the north a lot. And a couple of weeks back, I was on my way to Nalerugu. And just before I got to Gambaga, I looked on the right and I saw a maize field that seemed very depleted. So I mentioned to Jifa, and I said, I wish I had received the invitation earlier. Then I would have taken a picture of that scene. But luckily for us, a similar story has been reported in the Ghanaian Times, where we see a maize field that looks depleted. And the truth is, this is the reality that farmers face regularly or on a regular basis. And given the pressures of climate change, it is probably going to be the new reality that we'll be facing a lot. And this kind of situation resulting from regular droughts and rainfall deficits, which is unpredictable, is going to even affect our food more. So across the country, from our sorghum fields, our maize fields, our yam fields, these are going to be the realities that farmers will face. Depleted soils with nutrient poor soils resulting in poor harvest, and also the increased food cost that will come from this situation. But we are lucky, even though the challenge is there, we also look on the other side and see circular economy as a tool that when harnessed properly, we can be able to help our farmers to transform. So quickly, my presentation will try to look at the national policies. What does it say? Look at just some selected data, because given the enormity of the circular economy conversation, there's a lot to say, but given the time we have, I'll just highlight a few. And then look at emerging trends and opportunities, and I'll conclude with some insights on where we can focus our attention to get the largest potential. So what are the key policy frameworks that we have? I looked at many of them. I didn't attempt to list everything in it, but I tried to scan through many policies, our medium-term framework, and the minister talked about rate setting. So I'm happy I added the Feed Ghana program from 2025 to 2028. That is very important. We also have various policies, and I scanned all these, and even where we don't mention circular economy explicitly, all the policies at least talk about resource recovery. And then policies also take cognizance of the fact that we are going to deal with climate change. So these are some of the policies I looked at where specific reference is made and where indirect reference is made. The point I just want to make here is that our policies are a lot, and our policies recognize the principle of circularity, and our policies are also being structured to deal with climate change. So in terms of policy, we can tick the box to some extent. Maybe in the conversation, we'll talk about additional policy that may be needed, but at least we can tick the box at this point. Then I also looked at some key data in the sector. Like I said, I selected a few that is related to our conversation, looking at arable land, because it will help us to determine the volumes that we need, looking at crop calendar and a few things. But I wanted to say before I continue that the agriculture sector, even though it's the third largest contributor to GDP, it employs a lot of people, a lot of people. It employs so many people. The pointer, if you look at this graph, this is from a previous workforce assessment that was done in 2021. I couldn't get a recent one, so I chose it. But you can see that agriculture sector is employing almost 50% of the workforce, and it is also strongly contributing to the economy. And so given these two things, and given the need for employment, we know that if we have this conversation to improve the agricultural sector, we are on the right path. I also looked at some livestock farming needs, but I'll come back to that when we talk about where to make the inputs. And then I looked at Ghana's fertilizer consumption. Luckily for me, there's a program, Africa Fertilizer Data, and they've done a lot of research. The web link I can provide later, but it will be good if you want any information to look on that site. But currently in Ghana, we don't have any local production for inorganic fertilizer. So most of our fertilizer, or almost all of our fertilizer, is imported. And we have some companies producing organic fertilizer. So that is going to be part of our conversation. That's why I've highlighted it. And in 2024, they estimated that the production was around 7,000 metric tons. However, imports of inorganic fertilizer increased in the same period by 89.7%. So we can see that we are importing a lot of synthetic or inorganic fertilizer. Now, NPK, which is nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium or potash, and urea accounted for the biggest volumes of imports. And our apparent consumption in 2024 was around 500,000 metric tons. But if you compare the organic to the consumption, you would see that it is just accounting for only about 1% of what we need. And so it is, they said somebody went to a place and he looked at the people, he was a shoe salesman. He went to a place, he looked at the people and said, oh, they are not wearing shoes, so there's no opportunity. But another person went and said, the people are not wearing shoes, so there's a lot of opportunity. So I just want to say that we are producing very little organic compost, but we need a lot of fertilizer. So the fact that we don't have a lot means that there's a huge potential for us to consider. So I hope in our discussions here, we are going to consider some of these points. We also know the value of the organic fertilizer because we can use it to mitigate the high cost of our agric inputs. If you look at the cost of the imported fertilizer, it's higher. But if you look at the cost of the locally produced organic fertilizer, it's lower. And even with government subsidy, it means farmers can pay less for it. And so this is something that we need to consider. So these are the data sources that I was mentioning, and we can use it later. Okay, so I'll share the data sources with you. So what are the resources that are available for organic resource recovery? We know that agricultural waste, we are producing more than 10 million tons of agricultural waste. This is in the form of corn husk, all the produce that we leave behind after we've harvested and milled our cereals. We also have cocoa, we have cassava peels, and we have quite a lot of things. We also have food waste estimated around 3.2 million tons a year. And municipal waste. This one, it's my own estimates. I sort of used a national average, and multiplied it by the current population of almost 35 million to get this. Then we have industrial waste from food industry, and then we have nutrients from wastewater. So let me talk a bit about the estimation I did with the municipal solid waste. I think that one of the earlier speakers mentioned the fact that more than 50%, actually about 61% of the waste that we produce is organic waste. And so assuming a population of almost 35 million with a national generation rate of 0.6, we get this volume, and it translates to about 7 million tons per year. And out of this, we can have about 3.8 million tons representing organic waste. And in a study I did, we saw that at least you could have 40% of the organic waste as compost. And so I arrived at 1.5 million tons per year. So these are just some back of the envelope calculations to help us to think in our conversation about volumes, amounts, and what it means in practice. I also got someone to help me to do this, somebody from one of the companies that is doing composting. The key thing I want to highlight here is that the phosphorus that you get from mixed waste is not as good as the phosphorus that you get from sorted waste. So in our conversation, one of the things to think about is perhaps something we've said, but we've not practicalized, something around waste segregation. So this is something that makes it very clear to us in terms of what it means in practice. You can see that this one is far more than this one here. So you need to think through it when you come to waste separation. So emerging trends. I've had the opportunity to visit a number of places around the country. And so I took some pictures of places that I've visited. This particular picture is from a place close to Somanya. I'm not sure of the name. Jifa, is it called Akoli? Because I remember that's where I first met you. Yes. So this is a compost production center. And this one, I took it on my way to Nalerugu. I just want to show you that whilst we are here talking of circular economy, on the field, the farmers have started. So this one on the left, when I saw it, I asked them, why do you have this waste here? And they told me that they request for it from the waste collectors so that they can use it to improve their fields. Unfortunately for them, when it comes, it has so much plastic. So in our conversation around circular economy and waste recovery, I think plastic might come up again. And the farmers then have to remove this plastic and be able to apply these heaps of compost to their field. Another thing I observed in Tamale, one of the field, we went there, the farmers also request for this is a fecal sludge truck. They request for it, and when they are preparing their field, they use it to water it, and it helps to prepare the soil to improve the nutrients capacity of the soil. So these are some of the things that I've seen in the field. And here is a group of farmers undergoing proper training. This one is from IWMI. They are undergoing proper training. But what I just want to say is that it's happening on the ground. And apart from this one, we also know that people use chicken droppings for farming, chicken manure. And they also use waste cassava peels to feed the animals. So this is something that we are already practicing. So the question is, how do we move this forward? And so there are some people that are doing some work. These are still indigenous practices of using wastewater for urban agriculture. And then in Tamale again, close to Nyankpala, I saw a lady. She goes to the rice mills. She picks the waste from there, and then she adds cow dung, and then she prepares her own compost heap, which she sells to the vegetable farmers. So I just want to say that things are happening in the field. I've seen my friend here, Eli Plim. Soon you'll be doing something in Tamale, isn't it? Yeah, I met him recently in Tamale. So I hope during your session you will talk more about this, but I just want to highlight that Safisana exists. There's IRECOP. There's what Jekora is doing. So you saw that building. They are producing compost. They're also producing briquettes. Then there's Trimark Ventures in Kumasi, who is using wastewater for aquaculture and then vegetable production. But all these nice things have a few challenges, and I'm not going to talk about everything. I'll highlight a few of them, but it links back to the issue around policy. So I've said that there are quite a lot of policies, but sometimes the translation of this policy into practice is an issue, and the regulatory framework that allows us to bridge policy and practice is limiting in some places. Then we also talk about fragmented ecosystems where researchers, startups, and industries and farmers, everybody is doing something in his own corner. So I think one of the things I hope we'll have here is how do we build connections? I think in one of the presenters, the earlier presenters, there was a mention of digital penetration rates. Maybe the question is how do we bridge or connect with some of these technologies that are available? There are also issues around inconsistent standards for products. I'll talk a bit more about it. Limited commercialization, but also limited access to financing to scale up. And so I'm happy this conversation is going to be started, and there's a talk about a challenge. How do we support innovative startup with some of these challenge funds? The regulatory barriers I talked about, we have a lot of issues around limited tax incentives. Then also products subsidy regimes. So this is something I'm happy there's a government rep here. Maybe in the conversation, we can see how to move it forward. So usually government subsidy regimes support the bigger companies, but the smaller companies are perhaps investing more, and they would also benefit from some of these subsidies. So I hope one of the takeaways we can have here is to have the subsidy open for also the smaller and innovative groups, and not just the very big companies that are producing compost. And there are other issues that limit the SMEs, health and safety issues. So I mentioned the fish example. The fish example, there may be social perception around the quality of fish, but if there is a lot of support, and I know IWMI helped to create some certification for fish, people would feel more comfortable to use the fish that is developed from some of these works. Like Fisheries Commission has to certify that the treated wastewater is safe for consumption. FDA has to approve some of these products that are coming from Ministry of Energy, for example, has to certify briquettes as a source of energy. And maybe Eli Plim will tell you, they also have to give him a good feeding tariff. Is that it? Yes, so that he can be very profitable. So these are some of the things. And then Ministry of Agric has to have regulations regarding composting. The good thing is that I haven't mentioned it here, but the Ministry of Local Government is revising the environmental sanitation policy, and it's also looking at green growth, it's looking at circularity. And one of the partnerships they hope to do is to link back to Ministry of Agric on composting, because like we saw in the earlier slide, compost or organic fractions are forming more than 60% of the waste that we generate here in Ghana. Some of the limitations, as I said, waste management appears to be still linear, and so we need to see how we can improve the connections to make it circular. Also, talk of source separation, where the assurance of feedstock. So I talked of the phosphorus, the difference between the one from mixed waste and the one from sorted waste. These are all important things. And then additional issue of waste collection services, where the waste collection is not working. IWMI, CGIAR Ventures, and Safisana will tell you that they themselves now have to invest in going to the market to collect sorted waste. So these are all things that need to be sorted out. And then sometimes unregulated informal sector, they carry the waste and then they go and do fly tipping or they dump somewhere. And so sometimes it does not get to the treatment plant. So these things need to be dealt with. So very quickly, I will not spend too much time on the value chain because all of us here are experts and we understand it better than myself. But I looked at some aspects that we could add value, especially at the input stage, where you can support to improve crop production. Where can we support from? We can support with organic fertilizer from manure and compost. We can also improve the soil with biochar. So this is coming up and there's a lot of research. I hope there's somebody from CSIR. Okay, I think I saw someone, yes. I know some people from CSIR. I don't know which of your divisions have been doing some research on this. Then for livestock farming, we know what the livestock farming does in terms of land use and then emissions. But if we apply the principles of circular economy, we can make some reduction in the negative impact. We can get nutrient recovery, and then we can also get some biogas. But the interesting thing is that for some time now, this is started and it's ongoing. And I think it's something to have a conversation about. How do we improve black soldier fly? Maybe not just black soldier fly, but other insects, because I know that insects are valuable in other places for protein, as protein sources. And also some people in the cosmetic industry may make use of certain insects. So these are all spaces that we need to also consider. And I put here jobs for the youth. We should never forget about jobs for the youth. This is a very important aspect of whatever conversation we are having. Then last but not the least, renewable energy. When I was very young, I had the opportunity to visit a place called Apollonia. I don't know whether it still exists. I mean, the place exists, but I don't know whether that facility still exists. But my dad arranged for me to visit Apollonia to learn about biogas production, because there were a lot of cattle there at that time. But I don't know, along the line, it didn't take off as fast as they hoped. And that's why I'm saying I don't know whether that facility is still there. But this works, biogas works, and we've seen it in practice. But we can also get briquettes for farm residues, and this can have a strong impact on improving rural energy needs. So this is very, very important. You know, in the rural areas, they burn a lot of charcoal, but when we can recover, we can improve their energy needs because their briquettes burn longer and last better than charcoal, and help us also to reduce reliance on fossil fuel. Those of us in the fecal sludge space also understand this chain here, capture containment. And now we are saying that we will not just dispose of the waste, we will consider safe reuse and disposal. So this is also linked back to the agriculture sector. So these are a few highlights, but coming to the end, I just want to say that there is an imperative call for action. Our government representative talked about resetting. So we are going to reset we'll change from straight and then we'll turn into circular economy. But some of the things is about the regulation. Like I said, we have some regulatory barriers. So we need to consider how would we use regulation to promote circular economy. There's the need for tax and other incentives, especially for the very small companies. This is very, very important. We also need some standards for recycling and then certification for bio-based products. So these certifications would help for people to make use of the products that are coming. So a lot of time you hear people are saying, oh, recover, bio, circular economy. But the question is, what products are coming? Can they be used? Are they safe? What are the standards? What are the ways that you have to do it? So these are the ways that I think we can help to improve. And then we can have partnership with the municipalities for waste recovery and then circular economy. We also, I just want to acknowledge the fact that I've taken part in a few meetings of the Innovation Hub, and I think it's good. bringing all the knowledge, connecting the dots. And I think it's good to expand it beyond just even IWMI to a bigger national circular agriculture innovative platform. The name may change, but I think for me, it's a good thing to expand. So let's look at that. And then this national hub can have district resource hubs so that every district can be supported to push circular economy. Circular economy should not just be in Accra. It should be down with the farmers. That is very important. And then we also need to look at how do we scale up? There's a lot going on the small scale. But to achieve the impact, we need to have scale. And so we need to have that conversation. We also talked about unlocking innovative financing. I'm not an expert in finance, but I've heard Green Bonds Innovation Fund, some blended tools. But I'm happy that today there will also be a conversation about a challenge for startups. So these are quite important. And all these that we do, hopefully will position Ghana as a regional leader in circular economy and help us to attract more partnerships to get skill. In conclusion, I just want to say that the policies are important, but we need to move beyond our policy into action. We also need to have connection, a connected ecosystem that connects all of us, the researchers and everybody here. Very important, but it should link back to the farmer in the field so that they can improve their lives. And I just want to say, I'm so happy to see everybody here. I know some of you I'm now meeting, but I want to say that in this room, we have the resources, we have the knowledge, we have the research and examples for practice. And I'm hoping that our conversations here is going to help us to move to scale. We definitely need to shift from linear value chains into circular economy, and circularity is very important. I want to end 20-something years ago in my civil engineering class. My professor, who is now an ambassador to Switzerland, Her Excellency, Professor Esiewa, taught us something. She called it futagen. Prince, you remember futagen? Yes, futagen means that we have resources that we have to use for future generations. And so I'll end here and say thank you, Medase, and I'll end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, let's give a round of applause. That was a very informative presentation that really sets the scene for today's discussions. I think she's really broken it down. Please, let's clap once more for her. Broken it down very well and brought out the key issues that will serve as a very good foundation for the discussions that we'll be having later on today. So just to give a brief overview of where we are going to go moving forward from this, we'll have a presentation from a representative of AfDB to be an online presentation after this, immediately after this. And then we'll have the high panel discussion, high-level panel discussion, which will look at needs, gaps, enablers for circular agri-innovation in Ghana. But before we go into the panel discussion, I'm aware that some of our high-level speakers may want to leave maybe after the presentation, but we will be very happy to have you stay for the panel. But just in case, maybe due to schedule, you're not able to leave, the suggestion is that immediately after the presentation, we will have a group photo with the high-level panel just here. We will line up here for a group photo so that while the panel discussion is ongoing, if any of you has to leave, then maybe we would not miss you. A representation of your presence here today in stamped in photo for posterity. So please do indulge us. After the presentation, we'll have a group photo here. And then if you can stay for the panel discussion, we'll definitely be honored to have you. After the panel discussion, we would then all of us will have a group photo outside, have a very nice view outside, and then we'll have a coffee break, right? So then after the break, we will then have our breakout discussions. So that's how it's going to flow, I mean, from now until lunchtime, right? So if I have, are we ready? IT team for the presentation. Are we ready? Okay. So I understand we have Mr. Togo. Is that it? Mr. Togo online. Mr. Togo Chamunowa from AfDB, Africa Development Bank. You'll be giving a presentation on strengthening enterprise supporting organizations' capabilities to support digital adoption by agripreneurs. Insights from AfDB's case study in Ghana. So AfDB has been doing a lot of work in Ghana, and the idea is for them to share insights from this study. So please let's give Mr. Togo a round of applause. Mr. Togo.
Thank you, Program Director, and I hope you can hear me.
Sorry, apparently our representative of the minister has to leave now. So we'd like to just indulge us a few seconds for us to take a group photo before he leaves with the high level. Yes, please. Please, the IWMI team, CIAT team, please join. We'll take a group photo quickly. Photographers, can you help us? I think the light has gone, right? So we get one of these here, the other there. Placement. Okay, Keith. Let's put the banners one here. The new one there. Let me spread out. You. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your patience and for indulging us on this. Mr. Okay. Maxwell? Thank you. Mr. Togo, sorry about that. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you so much.
I think you're muted.
No, I'm on mute.
The sound is off.
Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Faint. It's not loud enough. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, it's not going off totally. Hello?
Hello, I can hear you.
Is it from here? Hello?
Hello, I can hear you.
Okay, great. We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you so much, Program Coordinator. And thank you, and may I respectfully acknowledge all the dignitaries and greetings to everyone in attendance. My apologies that I'm very far away thanks to the advent of technology. I'm presenting from the southern part of Africa. So what I'm going to talk about is more on the lessons or insights that we gained from a pilot activity that we did in Ghana, where we were enhancing the capacity of enterprise supporting organizations to assist entrepreneurs in mainstreaming digitalization within the agricultural businesses. So this is just the layout of what I'm going to talk about, but some of the aspects have already been covered. So thank you to the previous presenters. So I think from our perspective, when we embarked on this project, we looked at digitalization as the use of technological tools such as hardware or software or internet-based services that facilitate data collection, storage, analysis, or sharing, or other uses that would help in improving business processes. And in the presentation, I also maybe mentioned something around digital adoption, which is just refers to the bringing in of those technology into the organization. But I think taking a leaf from the first presenter, he indicated that we are here to talk about opportunities, not challenges. So you see that digital adoption is important in businesses because it enhances the marketing aspects, the financial services, the extension services, and the general management within the most of the business, even in the agri sector. But so I'm not going to talk much about the benefits as they have been already highlighted and the opportunities, but we understand that for us to realize these opportunities, we need to go through certain hurdles that could be infrastructure and resource based. But what is more important is the issue around the human aspect. And this is where we were looking into, because be it infrastructure, we still have got people working within that, and any other, it still revolves around the human element. So what we did was we were looking at which country can we pilot this, and I cannot say it better than the previous speakers. Is why Ghana, the government's commitment, it has been spoken into depth, and also why it is attractive, it has been spoken to depth. But in addition to that, the passion and commitment of the people in there is phenomenal. And at no one time have I ever felt at home when I was when we worked with the team, both from the service provider right to the farmer to the entrepreneur. So this then presented a rich environment for us to pilot the activity. So we had three specific objectives, which was to select the enterprise support organizations, so and assess what are their needs, and then design the training that would talk to what they need, and would share more on what was the effect of such approach. So we ran this activity from December to 2023 to November 2024. And during the selection, we issued out a countrywide call, and we received 93 applications from the 13 regions. I know some did not apply, but what was really comforting is the proportion of the gender proportion, the age proportion, where you saw youth. There were many youth participants, as well as we had 23% female, though we would have wanted more. But this was just the distribution of the applicants. And the team selected about 27 enterprise support organizations and distributed across the regions. And we still had the high percentage of youth population, which was very encouraging because youth is the future. Then we also had now the higher female ratio. I wouldn't want to point out as to whether females are more intelligent than males, but it's self-explanatory. You know who is a community builder when it comes to entrepreneurship. So we then we did a further inquiry to just streamline the themes and domains of training, and we ended up having 3 main areas where we're looking at the digital agriculture technologies, strengthening climate resilience, agriculture. And this actually came from the participants or the potential participants as to where are the areas of need. So we did deliver training around these 3 thematic areas. And we had 2 workshops, one in Accra and the other one in Temale. And the reason why we had to centralize it, it was a pilot, and we could not, because of the resource limitations, we could not then go and deliver it on the site, but we had to bring the participants to these training venues, and we had the workshops. And from there, from the 27 that were selected, 20 managed to attend. And from the 20, we had about 33 individual members. So, and from the 33, we still had a higher percentage of females as well as higher percentage of youth. So that is something that is encouraging when we look at the Africa's demographic dividend and the strategic direction the bank is focusing on. So after the training, we also did ask the participants, what is it that they would want to share? And these were some of the quotations, but what really touched me was the last one that says, visit the playground. Because from where I come, my grandfather always tells me that it's only the soil that can tell you whether the mice puppies are sick. And it's only the people that are in close contact with the environment or within the operating environment that know their challenges. And if we dissociate and take away the training from that particular side, we might be missing the point. So that is one of the first insights that we got from the activity. But when we looked at the challenges or the training needs that they highlighted and the factors that impact on the digitalization, we picked up there's a need for for more collaborations in addressing such factors. Previous presenters talked about policy, infrastructure, and what should then happen is we have got higher education institutions, private sectors, development financial institutions. What needs to happen in such is there's a need for a holistic approach. If we are to fund infrastructure, is that infrastructure going to operate based on a policy that would allow absorption of the innovations or uptake of technologies? So it's one of the areas that we learned. And then the prioritization of cross-cutting approaches is key, so that even if we are looking at the agriculture, we then need to put in the circular economy. We need to look through the gender lens. We need to look through the youth lens so that we have that holistic approach. And also the digitalization enables the cross-sector interventions, because now we can then do smart agriculture, not only on climate smart, but intelligent agriculture in terms of crop water delivery, fertilizer delivery, and all the like. So I think here I call on the research institutions, higher educations. What can you do to dissolve the silos that the traditional silos across disciplines, to start to allow such interventions or such researches to have robust solutions? Then what we also picked is that there is need for extended engagements. So even if a development partner comes in, when they conclude their project, there's need to have continuous aftercare support. And this is again where we call again civic society, higher education institutions to continue hand holding until the intervention expands. Then there's also the need for that broad context interventions, which is based on the last point that I mentioned about visiting the playground. Not only do we need to understand the needs, but we also need to be on the ground. And taking all these into considerations, I think we can drive the improvement of the lives of the people of Africa, industrialize Africa, and also feed the people in Africa by harnessing the demographic dividend that we have and go to the next level. And I think Ghana is the best environment where a best exemplary environment. But let me thank all those that assisted us, particularly the Swiss State Secretariat, led by Ms. Harriet Dongo, country representative, our director, Martha Piri, the country manager, Ms. Fasika. Thank you for your unwavering support and sacrificing your time on a short notice to assist us. Felix, thank you, even if you're on the mission. And our task manager, Ms. Ningi, then the lab team, I think Ms. Adiko and Ms. Blankson, you are there. Then Teresa, Taija, and I've been mentioning females specifically because their dedication and meticulousness in this project was very critical. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Togo. We appreciate your time and sharing these insights from your case study with us. Thank you very much. So we bring you warm greetings from Accra, Ghana. When will you come and visit? We hope soon.
Very soon. I'm there
Okay.
in spirit, but I'll come.
All right, great. You're welcome anytime. Thank you very much. Please let's give him a round of applause. Oh, yes. So okay. So your Mrs. Jerusalem is here. Yeah, so she says hello. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So like I said, we are now going to go into the high-level panel discussion. Please give me a second. Hi. Please call them to come and fix them. Yes. We're going to go into the high-level. The chairs a bit. They should come and move the chairs. The presentation is done, so we need to move it this way. So they should move it. Yeah. So the high-level panel discussion is going to focus on needs, gaps, and enablers for circular agri-innovation in Ghana. Right? We have a list of very experienced experts in the issue of agri-innovation and circular economy in Ghana who would be sharing their insights, lessons, and also listening also to us here for inputs into this discussion. The moderator for today's panel discussion is our very own Dr. Tosin Somorin. Dr. Tosin Somorin is a specialist in resource recovery and water and waste valorization with a strong track record in developing and evaluating circular economy approaches. Her work focuses on bio and thermochemical conversion processes that transform waste into valued products. Dr. Somorin is currently a researcher at the International Water Management Institute, and she works with the Integrated Circular Economy Transformation Team. Please, let's give Dr. Somorin a round of applause. So I hand over this session to Dr. Somorin.
Thank you very much, Sadia. Good morning, everyone. So good morning, distinguished partners and our invited guests. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the high-level panel discussion on the needs, gaps, and enablers for circular agri-innovation in Ghana. We have just heard a powerful presentation from Engineer Meta, who gave us a lot of insights on the sector, talked about the circular economy landscape, the opportunities, some barriers, highlighted a lot of policies. So we are going to go into this session to translate those insights into practical pathways for action. And today's discussion brings together key perspective from the government sector, from private sector, from development partners and civil society. And I will take some moments to introduce our panelists. Our first panelist is Mr. Elikplim Asilevi. He's an accomplished leader and extensive experience in the downstream energy sector, business development and corporate strategy. With over a decade of progressive leadership, he has successfully built and led high-performing teams, driving operational excellence and business growth. He is the general manager of Safisana Ghana Limited. We would like to welcome you to the stage. Before joining Safisana, he served as general manager to the whole marketing subsidiaries of VMI Energy Group and previously held key roles at Total Energies Ghana PLC and Vanguard Life Insurance, consistently delivering strong operational and revenue results. Elikplim holds an MSc in supply chain management from Coventry University, UK, and an MBA in finance from the University of Ghana Business School, and a BA in psychology with sociology from the University of Ghana. His multidisciplinary background makes him a versatile problem solver with the ability to navigate complex challenges with multiple perspectives. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. Our second panelist is Ms. Kodi Aziz. She is the founder of Environmental 360, a Ghanaian social enterprise using green innovation to advance the adaptation of circular economies in African communities. She's passionate about using waste to create economic opportunity. As a result, the work at the Environmental 360 Green Complex focuses on developing open source waste well products from bioplastics and tire waste that use little or no technology. You're welcome to the stage. Please give a round of applause. Our third panelist is Mr. Peter Abuache. Apologies. Is a deputy director, head of the nutrition unit at the Women in Agricultural Development Directorate of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. With over 20 years of committed service in Ghana's agricultural sector, he has played a pivotal role in integrating nutrition into the country's agri-food systems, ensuring that food production translates into improved health and well-being for households. Beginning his career as an agricultural college tutor, Peter has since advanced into nutrition leadership. His work has spanned various chain assessments, directory studies, and gender-responsive programs aimed at strengthening the resilience of smallholder farmers, especially women. You're welcome, Mr. Peter. And not the least, our final panelist is Mr. Enrico Roghi. With 15 years of experience in development cooperation, including 7 years with the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation, Mr. Enrico Roghi has played a key role in strengthening Italy's development partnerships. Over the past 3 years, he has supported the expansion of the AICS programs in Ghana, contributing to the country's designation as a priority partner and its inclusion in the Matei Plan. You're welcome to the stage, Mr. Enrico Roghi. So our aim today is to highlight the gaps, the needs and the enablers, and I will really appreciate your coming today. From the presentation we had this morning, we saw that there are a lot of policies in Ghana that can support and enable this transition. We see that there are pockets of innovations across the country, but the challenge is we are not seeing these items and these innovations to scale. So today we're going to focus on these needs for this circular economy innovation to thrive, and the gaps and the enablers from your perspective. So I would make a start with Mr. Peter Aboche from the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. From MOFO's perspective, as the lead institution guiding Ghana's agricultural transformation, Where do you see the strongest opportunities to embed circularity into farming systems and value chains?
All right, thanks for the opportunity. Please, the name is Abuaji, and she's struggling to mention Abuaji. All right, so it is clear that most of our policy doesn't mention circular, but by and large, we are looking at it because our policy mentioned sustainable management of land and the environment, which in a bit dovetail into the circular economy we are talking about. So before I go on, I want to say that we have developed food-based dietary guidelines. And these guidelines is heavily emphasizing sustainable production and healthy diet. And as we all know, many a times people will say, I'm going to buy Togo tomato. Why? Because they feel most of the tomato from Togo are produced organically. Unlike here where we use the inorganic. So I see the opportunity of promoting more use of organic fertilizers for our production. I also would like to say here that Gambia has banned the use of inorganic fertilizer for their production for the horticultural crops. So I think we can also do same by highlighting the use of organic manure. So I think that we need to, we all know that we can do blending, some amount of the inorganic, and then because when the statistics was shown, you could see that although we have potential of about 1.8 million tons of waste, organic waste produced annually, which can go a long way to produce the needed fertilizer that we need to be able to produce healthy foods for ourselves. So this is where I see we can. And also, she also mentioned the biochar. We have been doing some work and we are using the biochar and also using compost. So we are training the farmers how to do the compost, although it takes a bit of time, but these are the way to go if we are thinking of producing healthy foods for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. You answered some of my follow-up question, because I wanted to ask you more about policy gaps. Mr. Enrico, given AIC's mandate, maybe you could also throw a light on that to strengthen sustainable development through targeted financing and partnerships. What types of financing instruments or collaboration models do you see as most effective in advancing circular transition in Ghana?
Thank you for the question. So I think that the Development Bank, African Development Bank, and engineer Berta mentioned something about it. So let me start with the Italian experience on it. Let me first mention the 3-year programming document for development cooperation, which demonstrate how strategic planning can embed circularity into development cooperation, development priorities. Besides ad hoc programs, grant programs, we can mention instruments such as concessional loans that I know for now in Ghana can be activated maybe starting from 2027. Blended finance and especially engaging private investments and engaging private investments with public investments. We have our ambassador before mentioned a similar project in agri-food systems in the Volta region, and we hope it will be a successful one. Then, I said partnerships with multilateral banks such as the African Development Bank, and adapted, of course, to Ghana's context, the 24-hour economy strategy. And of course, supporting enterprises that recycle agricultural byproducts into animal feed, biofertilizer, or renewable energy. The second pillar is the Mattei Plan that also the ambassador mentioned before, which is a new framework of partnership between Italy and Africa. And it emphasizes energy transition and sustainable agriculture so that we can catalyze partnerships in Ghana around solar-powered cold chains, circular irrigation systems, agro-processing hubs, and minimize waste. We are also doing something interesting in digitalization and innovative agriculture, as also African Development Bank before presented. Yes. The third pillar is the Italian Climate Fund, which offers another model by financing climate resilient projects worldwide. It shows how targeted funds can support circular innovation. Before Engineer Berta mentioned also the green bonds. I think our Development Financing Institute is one of the leading agencies promoting green bonds. So also this can be added. Of course, we have to, out of the Italian instruments, I can mention the partnership, the work that we are doing with the European Union. I see some opportunities within the European Union deforestation regulation, and also the carbon credit market in which Ghana is positioning itself as a regional trailblazer. Finally, just to mention again the engagement with multilateral institutions such as the European Union's Global Gateway, the African Development Bank's Circular Economy programs, and private impact investors that can be really catalyzing all this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause. From working from this space, we get to see engaging with innovators, enterprises. Finance has always been an issue. So I think maybe all these examples are things that colleagues can have a look at, especially the Mattei Plan you mentioned. I'm going to go to you, Mr. Asilevi. You have been in this, at least I've heard your presentation on Safisana. So from Safisana's perspective, drawing on your hands-on experience in implementing and scaling, for example, the biogas, the circular waste to resource solutions, what operational, regulatory or financial barriers mostly affect your ability to grow as an organization?
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Just to give a snapshot of what Safisana does, so we drive the discussion towards where we are now and what has been our challenges over the years. Then what we see as enablers that is propelling us to come to the discussion of scaling our model. So Safisana combines fecal waste with organic waste to produce biogas, which is churned into electricity and fed onto the national grid. The production is through an anaerobic digestion process. When the biogas potential or the energy potential is exhausted from the waste, we dry it and co-compost it with food market waste to produce organic fertilizers under the brand name Asasijifo. We've been in operation for the past 10 years. We currently are at what they call the operational break-even, and have realized that the only way to jump into the margin of safety, that is to make positive profit, is to scale the model. And the question comes to mind that why are you now scaling after 10 years? So that should tell you we've had a lot of challenges along the way. Chief among them is the quality of feedstock. The kind of infrastructure we have in terms of logistics towards waste collection and management is very inadequate.
from the household level through to the community level to where it gets valorized, there are no mechanisms in place to ensure that the waste that comes to the valorization point is of the required quality. Even let's take this place for instance. After this program, after the food and all that, if Lancaster is able to segregate the waste, the trucks that come to pick it do not come in two folds. They come and co-combine it, and where they send it to for it to be held, there are no two holding facilities to hold organics and other wastes separately. So that means that Safizana would have to travel all the way to Lancaster to pick that waste and make sure it carries the quality that it requires for its processes. What does this mean for us? One, there is transport cost, which comes to what? Bloat your cost structure and, you know, affects your landing or ending user price. And if you are competing with inorganics that is prevalently used and have people have developed some trust for it, it means you are competing at a higher price because of your operational cost. If you don't do this, the other problem it brings to you is that you would have to go and pick the waste like that and do the separation yourself. That requires extra labor, and this also bloats your cost structure, making your output very expensive for farmers to use. The second challenge, away from the operational, is the regulatory and government commitment. The organic space or the farmer input space is a chemical-led market. Over the years, we've experienced policies where these products are heavily subsidized by government. If you would have to go through all this operational challenge and come and compete with products that are already subsidized, it means what? Your market is being eroded. You are already struggling with lack of information on circular products or low carbon products that help in how do you call it, sustainable farming. So it is clear that government commitment and regulation are not favoring reuse. It is also the case that procurement within the public sector does not give priority to circular or low carbon products. If government should say, like it's happening in Gambia now, they are putting a halt to inorganic use. That is going to create market for organic and, you know, enhance waste collection within the country. If that is replicated here, I think it will make life very easy for waste valorization and circular economic projects in Ghana. One other challenge we face is the high upfront CapEx cost. Investing in scale-up projects or even pilots is very expensive in the circular economy space. You have to put up a new digester. There are combined heat and power generators that come at throat-cutting prices, you know. And the fact of the matter is that you do not have any support from the financing community because they see the area as high risk. It's unpopular to financiers, and they also perceive it as social engagement, which may not, you know, augur recoupment of their investment. So you are left to engineer your own financing and kind of try to build a model on your own that should be bankable. And if you are making environmental impact, which is not being paid for, how do you develop that model for it to attract investors? So it's gotten to a point where the discussion is around blending the finance to reduce the commercial component of the capital, hence reducing finance costs in your cost structure and reducing your end user price. All this burden is on you at the firm level. There is no institutional or government support in this regard. So it's a myriad of challenges we face. However, I have only 3 minutes to give you 10 years of challenges I have faced in scaling. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Peter, because he made a really valid point around policies. We know that such segregation is not here. We know that there are opportunities in the sector. For example, you've already cited the example of Gambia and that. I'm thinking, what is the ministry doing in terms of enabling? You have the policies, but what do you do in terms of enabling?
All right. So it is true. At the moment, there hasn't been that deliberate attempt to look at, but I think going forward, now that we have the resetting tool, I think that we need to do much more better so that we can, because we need the organic fertilizers, because it is proven. So far as the soil health is concerned, that is what is going to give us. The inorganic will not improve our soil structures for us. And therefore, for sustainability's sake, we need to look at how we support the private sector do more of the organic for us. The previous administration was subsidizing the organic fertilizer for farmers' use, and the same with this current one too. If the farmers want it, because we are also going to supply input for the farmers, so if they prescribe, they also get that. And so I think we need to, for the segregation, we need to work around it. We have the EPA, we have the local government, and even the MESTI is a Ministry of Science. So we need to look at how we can do the segregation. But for me, the low-hanging ones could be, why don't we first target the hoteliers? Because they have the capacity to have metallic bin, paper bin, organic waste, and plastic bins, and do it so that when the bins are full, then they come and you cut the organic to your site.
Yeah, I think he already mentioned that we could do that at yeah.
So the hotels have the capacity to afford this facility. I mean, the segregation, and then maybe from here we can look at the ministries, because we are the lead. So we should leadership by example. So the ministry also can afford the bins, segregated bins, and then our friend can have quality organic. So I think we need to do well at the enforcing the segregation. If there is a law, enforce the segregation law. If there isn't, we need to look at it, because the circular will be the best approach for us, not the linear. So I think, and also another thing that I also want to highlight is that, in some countries, seem to be in Egypt some time back, and when you buy beer and you turn the bottle, they give you some token. You return 5 bottles, you get a bottle of beer to yourself. And so with this kind of policy, people don't throw their beer bottle away anyhow. They will pack it and exchange for product. So I think we might also need to, as part of the rate setting, look at
incentives,
that making exchanging a waste, some amount of waste for some product. Either it is the finished organic product or some token, so that you have 1 container of this organic waste and you can earn this much. I think by and large, many more homes will begin to keep their organic waste separately, aiming at getting some reward.
Okay.
So I think this could be a way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think I would come to you, Ms. Cody. You are walking on ground. You have your foot in the ground. You're doing this. And I wanted to ask about, based on your extensive work with communities, particularly with women and youth, what social or behavioral barriers are slowing the adoption of circular practices? So we are seeing this from different angles, but from community level. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. So yes, Environment 360 has worked also for a little bit over a decade, particularly in communities with women and youth. One of the things I think we've realized over a period of time is that there are several barriers that really impede the development of a circular economy. Some of them were actually touched on in the AfDB proposal as well. When you look at women and youth and why we haven't had an accelerated transition, one is a lot of individuals are really working in silos. So as Dr. Berta said, I don't think that there's any shortage of great circular economy initiatives. She even showed a woman in the north that's collecting the rice, mixing it with dung. This is something probably none of us knew in the room today, but that woman has a circular economy business, right? She also, though, is not the profile of who would come into an incubator or who would come into a hub, right? Because she probably doesn't speak English well. She probably isn't college educated. She may look at herself as a micro entrepreneur. We also can go back to the discussion of finance, as mentioned by Safasina. I've also watched their journey over the past 10 years. They started a few years after Environment 360. And there is an issue with financing, particularly for women and youth. We know that worldwide, women don't have access to finance. It's even more difficult in Ghana, particularly because of the type of collateral and other things banks ask for. Even myself, at one point when I was growing Environment 360, we went to our bank, and despite having a list of assets, they still wanted a guarantor. And it didn't make sense because our assets could cover the loan, right? So these are things, and when you're youth, of course, and you don't have access to a steady credit history, or you haven't had a bank account long, or you're doing something that hasn't been seen, as mentioned, it's still very risky business for banks to do green programs. I think banks that even have, because there are a few banks that do have green financing programs, but you'll see that they always target the university educated entrepreneur that's already going. They don't want to take a chance on someone that they think doesn't fit a profile of someone that understands credit. And I think that this mentality within the banking sector has to change. We do know banks are heavily profitable within Ghana. And, you know, I often wonder to myself if they actually focus some of their CSR activities into actually building businesses versus looking at that 20 or 30% interest, would we actually go further? Because we see that they do a lot of marketing events, they do a lot of in-house training, they do a lot of cross-country and cross-continental travel. And all of those things are quite expensive. They provide lunches for their staff. But even if you were just to take a quarter of this money and probably put it in a non-traditional portfolio, even as a pilot to test, could it be a market for us? I think that this could be something that could also help move the green economy forward. I think one of the other challenges as well is that there aren't enough meeting spaces or maker spaces. If you look at what we've done at the Environment 360 complex in Dodowa, we are focused on providing hands-on green skills training that is applicable and can immediately move into revenue-making skills. Two, oftentimes our discussions on circular economy and our circular economy training, it's taking places in conference rooms, and it makes it very difficult for people to learn and understand how to apply those principles. And I think this is one of the things that IWMI has to be applauded on with developing the Circular Bioeconomy Innovation Hub, is because this is really the first hub that is more consistent of real live individuals that have facilities that anyone can come and learn. So it's not as if this is my company and I'm protecting what I do. It's my company as a learning facility. I want others to learn what I do. And I think that because we don't have those meeting spaces or even a maker space like we have at our green complex, where you can have different innovators that maybe I have an idea, but I don't have the whole skill set. At our complex, we're able to sort of put that together for you at our workshop. And I think that this is really what has to be looked at more when it looks into the advancement of circular economy. I also just want to make one last point, particularly for women. And I say this because I'm super passionate because I had 3 children in 5 years and it tanked my career. And women don't talk about it. But when you have children, it shifts. And a lot of the reasons women are not participating in the green economy is because programs take place from 8 to 4. I need to get my kids to school. I have to leave by 2:30 or 3. I can't do evening networking events because I have children. If I miss 1 or 2 classes because my kid is sick, I can't be in the program anymore. It's not inclusive towards women, particularly in Africa where women still bear the majority of domestic duties. So oftentimes we try to paint it as if, oh, women aren't participating or women aren't interested. I don't think that's it, but I think women aren't able to attend programs from 8 to 5 for 4 weeks when they have children that they're thinking about. So I think that that particular element also really has to change. And then the last point I want to make is we need more women instructors. You see, Dr. Berta and I know each other very well because there's not a lot of women in the circular economy. It's great that we have so many experts that are able to teach people different things. But when I don't see someone like me doing it, I don't believe I can do it. So one of the things we did for our workshop is I was critical on hiring a female to actually lead the workshop. And I did that because I want other women to see when they come in that you can use a handsaw. You can use a drill. You can use a jigsaw. These aren't things that are specifically male. So if a male instructor does it, he will even have the tendency to take over the task from the woman to some level. But when a woman does it, she's able to really show you how to compensate for maybe some of the strengths you don't have. You may not have the strength to hold it up like that, but you can use a G-clamp to do it like this. And I think that these are the things that we really have to look at if we want women and youth to be more included within the circular economy space.
Thank you very much. Please be in listen. Yeah. I would like to take any burning question? Yes. Yes, please. Please introduce yourself. Short response as well, please, so that we can keep to time. 1 or 2, yeah.
Thank you. My name is William Osodru. I work with the CSIR. And I want to just find out whether there is someone representing the education ministry here, because the rep from the Ministry of Agri mentioned that we need to start with the hoteliers. I tend to differ that we need to start from the schools. You know, the culture that we have with waste is what is having implication on its ability to turn it around for a product. And Safisana mentioned that the quality of the waste determines the quality of the product that is generated from it, and therefore its marketability. So for us to get that right quality, we must start with changing culture, our culture, the way we think about waste, and also the way we think about products that are generated from waste. How many of us will be willing to take up maybe a biofuel that has been produced from fecal sludge? We may have some perceptions about it. We need to change that perception, and that would change when we start tackling from the children, change their perception, and circularity will become a part of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So I'll take the from the back. So let's be gender balanced.
Thank you very much. Good topic. The panelists are on point. I'm in the same sector with them. My contribution would actually go towards our senior from the agri sector. Circularity, actually, it's a life cycle. And like the gentleman just said, we have to start with the young people to change the narrative, because Ghana as a country, we do not segregate our waste as source. The various sectors that we've spoken about, from agri, biogas, cordy, plastic, and the upcycling we are doing, everything boils down to waste source segregation. So I think that currently it's being worked on in terms of making it mandatory, but it's slow. So I encourage that you use your office to speed up the process for us to be able to segregate our waste as source, and then we'll be able to add the various values that we are in this room talking about to make Ghana a better place for all of us. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take questions. I appreciate the comments as well, but I would like to take questions. The gentleman at the back, standing, and then maybe the lady in the front, please.
My name is Chris Gordon. I'm from the Institute for Environment and Sanitation Studies at the University of Ghana. My question is a follow-on from yours. Has anybody really done a full value chain assessment? And I'm talking of the savings that are made by not sending waste to landfill. I'm talking about the savings that are made to our health system by the fact that we're eating food products grown on compost, which are nutritionally more viable and useful to our bodies than those grown on fertilizers. So my question is, who is looking at the big picture? Who's looking at the big picture? Not the, yes, we're looking at soils, we're looking at plastic extraction from compost, but who is doing that big picture? Who's answering the before you say the elephant in the room, but now we can't say it. That big question, who is looking at that? Who is bringing everything together? Thank you.
Okay, I'll take that as not for the panelists, but also for the for us as an organization. And I should mention that we're doing value chain assessments, but the challenge is that the sector is so wide and the waste is so in small pockets in many places. For example, we look at coconut value chain. And if you look at the production of coconuts, for example, the waste is not in the production cycle. The waste is in Accra, in small pockets. So how do we get that sector to aggregate their waste? So value chain according to commodities and according to sector. I'll take a question or a comment. A question for the panelists, please. Okay.
Yeah, my name is Accra, and this question is from a farmer perspective.
Okay.
To Mofa, actually. We talked about organic fertilizers, and as a farmer myself, my grandmother and my community, we have this perception from farmers. You give them organic fertilizers and they sit in their rooms because like, that one doesn't work fast. I don't want that one. I want something that will give me quick results. And so we are talking about improving, expanding the organic market. Who is buying? Are farmers ready to use it? So my question is, what is MOFA? I don't know. MOFA also gives out. I was talking about cocoa, where they give organic and farmers prefer to use the inorganic instead of using the organic. So how has MOFA also experienced this, and what has been done about it? Thank you.
So I would direct that question to Mr. Peter, but also to Safisana because you produce compost. Briefly? No, that's it. That's it. Yes. Do you want to go first?
All right. So I think we need to do more education on that. You want something, and then in no time your soil might not respond because it's not too healthy to support what you are doing. So I think we need more education. Like I mentioned in my intro, that people, Togo will do more organic, and their tomato is bit firm, lasts on the market, on the shelf. And so you apply the inorganic, you do it, and no time it is rotting in the hands of buyers. So we need to do more education for people to appreciate the importance of the organic that we are talking about. You know, the lecturer mentioned that when you eat organic food, it's better for our body. And so I think it is going to be education that can change people's mindset towards the use of organic, and therefore we can have a majority using this product to feed us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, please go ahead.
So from a production perspective, I think we need to admit the fact that a lot of the need creation from the inception has been based on environmental sustainability and not the end user. What the farmer needs has been missing in the value chain analysis as being raised by somebody. When they use the inorganic, they experience immediate results. Have we taken time to study the enhancements we can make to our organic to give the same results? We are only concentrating on how to collect the waste and make social impact, which we don't get any money for, except in contemporary discussions where resource-based financing has come, and you could make some money from reducing accumulation of waste. And as part of our scaling plan, we feel that the customer cannot be escaped in our commercial engagements. So we've studied the trend and have realized that even the combination of the organic and the inorganic gives much more results than the isolated use of each. If you even combine 30% of the organic with the inorganic, you are able to make about 120% more yield. But we have not tested this with the farmers. So it is the case that we rethink the process and bring in the farmer to understand the benefits of the organic, and also to say that if today government decides to give us the market to supply all the fertilizer needs, we are unable. So we should start from somewhere. So the combination of the 30 to 70% will be a start point and create the market to at least absorb the current capacity that the producers are producing.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. From our conversations, we've identified a lot of barriers, gaps. We've talked about source segregation. We've talked about women not having access to credits and not having access to training resources and things like that. We've talked about these missing policy in the belt of it and what needs to be done. We've also talked about financing this sector. Now, the question, and this is an open-ended question, maybe one or two persons can pick on it. Which policy reforms or incentives, you've mentioned that you need incentives, or which policy reforms or incentives would accelerate or would most accelerate circular agri-innovations in Ghana? Just one. Let's just take one. From your perspective, please go ahead.
I would evaluate this question on a much more broader perspective. We have become experts in the formulation of policies and have left so many sectors operating in abstract. What I think should be done is that every policy that is good for any sector, including circular economic sector, should find expression in a national development plan.
Okay.
And that national development plan should be protected by the Constitution and should survive electoral cycles. It is the case that every government comes and reviews policies, and progress across several initiatives are paused. I'll give you a case in point. There was this policy on carbon emission where emitters would be charged per ton. That created a market for my renewable energy that I am producing. We were hopeful and engaging food and beverage industries to offtake our biogas to power their boilers instead of depending on fossils. Immediately, another government comes, that policy has been scrapped. What happens to my renewable energy? So if that was part of a vision document that nobody could alter, the market would have been created and I would have made my business model more bankable and appealing to investors. So policies should not be just policies. They should be enshrined in a national development document that will be implemented by whoever is in power. And it should be achieved through a multi-party consensus so that other parties who are not in government will feel represented in a national development plan. So I think that circular economy policies should be included in the national development plans and vision documents so they don't suffer or become victims of electoral cycles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before you come in, they've highlighted a lot of policies, but the reason we are asking that question is, for example, you mentioned that there is no circular bioeconomy specifically in this policy. So there are a lot of policies available, but sometimes inside those policies, what are actually helping? Yeah. So in your own view, from community level action, what sort of policies will enable your sector to thrive?
So this is interesting. I'm also going to go with him though, because Environment 360 has supported the development of everything from the circular economy policy to EPR to national waste management policy to the revision of the Ghana RPET standards. I don't think there's an absence of policy. They have tax incentives for youth entrepreneurs. They have tax incentive for women entrepreneurs. There's not really there's not something per se for circular economy, but I think I always look at where you are in the context. I think government of Ghana, as we know, is limited in what they can do. And I think they've said it very diplomatically over the past 6 or 7 years that, hey, we're sort of doing what we can. We need someone else to really pick up. And I do think government really does play a key role in supporting circular economy and scaling circular economy. But in our context, they're also very limited in what they can do, right? Because government of Ghana just doesn't have the money to support. I'm sure if MOFA had the money, they'd be doing farmer education programs all throughout Ghana, pushing organic fertilizer. I'm sure they would be doing it. They don't. I'm actually going to go to private sector because private sector spends a lot of money, once again, on publicity. They spend a lot of money on marketing. But when you look at a lot of their green agendas, there is a skills gap. And that skills gap has been recognized over and over again. I'm actually going to request that private sector stop looking at environment as a CSR activity, and they actually focus more on training and partnership development. At the Green Complex, one of the things we do is waste to wealth development for open source. That means that we can actually work with a variety of different materials, actually prototyping different products or different types of materials to see what could be your end product. We aren't the only organization in Accra that does that, right? There's also one for textiles. The thing is, I would say, is what is private sector's engagement with those individuals that can actually be transforming their waste into products? And then what role are they playing ensuring that people are being trained to actually scale up those initiatives and really support and increase speed on the green economy, particularly because private sector are the main polluters, right? So as much as we do have an EPR scheme that is going, or an upcoming EPR scheme, it hasn't been passed yet, an upcoming EPR scheme that's going to focus on how we collect waste, there still has to be something for training people how to process the waste. We can collect all the waste we want to, but if I can't consistently produce great organic fertilizer, it doesn't make a difference. We can speed up all the climate smart technologies we want. But if I can't access a part to fix that because of my community is quite rural and that technology is really high advanced and we can't find it and now it's broken down and I can't use it, it doesn't benefit us, right? So I think private sector actually needs to step up and really sort of fill some of the gap with education and skills training that we're having a deficit in into really moving forward in the circular economy.
Okay, thank you. So I'll take a last viewpoint on policy from you, Mr. Peter.
All right. So I think the segregation has to be something that we need to relook at. And also already, MOFA, we are also, even before you become the award winner in the Farmers Day, you have to have the diversity, which is any livestock with the crops and other things. So like we saw in the clip where the woman used the rice husk and add the cow dung and then is able to make them. So I think we need to heighten the mixed farming concept such that that can also encourage more farmers to produce their own organic or compost for their use. So I think we need the segregation. We need to enforce the segregation law and also encourage more mixed farming.
Okay.
It will serve as a security because if your crops are not there and you need money and you have a goat, you have a cow, you can sell to pay out, and therefore you using the waste to make your own compost. I think this is what I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask a last question around business model, Mr. Rogi. Which business models, and I think the question is around business models, from your experience, what works? Maybe from other contexts that could work in Ghana, business models of circular economy that you might be aware of. I don't know if that's
okay. I think that as I mentioned, for example, in Volta region, we are financing public-private partnership projects with big investment from private sector and also an important investment financing from the Italian government. The idea is to consider the whole value chain from the beginning of the farming of the crops to the marketing of the final produce. And of course, circular economy is one of the ways you feed. Also, as we mentioned, the fertilizers and the energy that you need, the irrigation systems, all this can be part of it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this will be the round of our session today. I want us to give a round of applause to all the speakers for their time. Thank you so much for coming to this session. I should mention that this particular session would feed into your discussions later after the lunch. I would like to say thank you for coming and thank you for giving us this insights. And I'm sure that all of this. Okay, all right. And this will feed into our work. Run faster. Okay. Oh, all the lights. Thank you. This one.
Thank you very much. Hello. Please let's give them another round of applause. I think they've been fantastic. Thank you so much for that engaging discussion. So we are going to take a break. But when we come back, I just want to give a little bit of an overview of what we'll be doing when we come back. So we're going to go into the breakout sessions, right? And yeah. So the breakout sessions session that we're going to go into, we will have 3 groups, right? And the interesting thing about this breakout session is that we're going to rotate, right? So that everybody gets a feel of each of the group's themes or thematic discussion that we're going to be having in each group. And instead of the human beings moving, we're going to have the moderators rather move. So you will be stagnant at one place. The moderators, we have 3 moderators who will move, rotate from one group to the other so that you have a feel of every discussion. We are a bit or quite behind time. The initial plan was to have used 40 minutes for each group or cycle, but I think we'll have to reduce it to 30 minutes. So our moderators, please take notes. We'll have to cut it down to 30 minutes because of the time. And we will have 3 groups, like I said. We're wondering if we could just use the 3 rows that we have here. But I think the middle, we are more. So we might have a few people join this row. So this will be one group. This row will be the second group. And then this row will be the third group. The middle group, I think you are quite a lot. So if we can have a few of you join this team, that would be great. So what we're going to do is the group 1, this group, maybe you can just pick your chairs and then sit around here. Group 1, right? So just pick your chairs and sit around. And not now, after the break. Not now. Then group 2, the middle. Please, the middle. I think the last table. The last table, perhaps you can join. You can join group 1. The last table at the very back. Please join group 1. So group 2, the middle row. Is that space at the back there? The back, the very back. Is that? Yeah, you don't even need tables for this discussion. You just pick your chairs and sit in a circular format or something like that so that you can engage. So you don't need to move the tables. So I'm thinking this middle, is there space at the back for the second group to sit? Okay, good. Then this group, yes, sir. Yeah. No, those are the back. Yes, those are the back, please. If you can join group 1. Yeah. So group 2, you can sit at the very back. Just find some space and sit around. And group 3, maybe you can manage this space here. Oh, journalists. Okay. Okay. So understand the back there, the people that are moving are mostly journalists. So the journalists, no. Okay, yeah. So please just be kind enough to support group 1. I think they're a bit low on numbers, yeah? So group 3, maybe you can manage the space here. Please, are we okay? Group 3, so when we come back, you just pick your chairs and try and manage the space. Group 1 will manage that space. Group 2 will be at the back. Please, are we okay? Okay. So when we come back, I think the break, how much time are we given for break? 10 minutes. Okay, so we'll be back at 1:15. Please take a break. And for now, please, can we just move and have a group photo outside before we take the copy? Can we move now outside for a group photo? Please, let's go straight for the group photo first before we take the coffee. Thank you. Hello. Let's go out and take the group photo. Are you guys ready? If not, Jifa will kill you. We even need these two banners. We need these two banners. Okay. Please, let's move outside. Let's move outside for the photo first. Let's wait, please. Hey, this thing. Hello. 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 We are waiting outside. We are waiting outside, please. Hi, hi, hi. Thank you. Thank you. Please, we are waiting for you.
Are they also rotating?
Yes, yes. You rotate. Yeah, wherever your moderator is going, you follow your moderator. Yeah, yeah. I didn't mention. Okay, okay. I'll clarify. Please, we are waiting outside. Yeah, yeah. Just for a few minutes. It's Joseph. How are you? So, you guys, Nalinda, you guys can rely on the that's not bad. I saw you entering, but then it looks like one country. Jifa, you're holding this. Yes, one country. We'll come. No, she said.
So mention their names. No.
Yeah. Okay. So our moderator for group 1, the first row here. Our moderator is Dr. Prince Entry AJ of UNER, right? And your rapporteur is Dr. Raphael Insia and Ando Amponsa. So please, this is your station. Your moderator and rapporteurs are ready for you. Group 2. Group 2 is Finance and Market Opportunities. Your moderator is Mr. Michael Asante Saforo. Your rapporteurs are Mr. Desmond Aite of UMI and Janet Owusu Dako of E for Impact. So you'll be at the back. Group 2 at the back. And group 3 will be here. Your moderator is Miss Rita Gavo. And your rapporteurs are Miss Vivian Mensah, Dogbache, and Miss Ifwa Asaribia. So can we have group 3 here? All right. So moderators, rapporteurs, over to you. We have 30 minutes. Yes. So group 1, you start with the priority challenges group. Yeah, but yes, so you start with that. So moderators, rapporteurs, you start with the groups that I've mentioned currently. So we'll rotate clockwise, right? So the next, after 30 minutes, our rapporteurs and moderators from this group, you will move clockwise is which way? This. So you move here, and this group, I mean, not the group, but the rapporteurs and so we'll do that. So 30-minute cycle each. Please, do we understand the rapporteurs and moderators? All right. So starting now, in the next 30 minutes, we will switch. So please remain seated. Your rapporteurs and moderators will do the moving. They will move round. So we move clockwise. Thank you. Time starts now. I feel like an examiner. Time starts now. Hello? Hello? Please, we should be wrapping up now. People are complaining they are hungry. I'm not the one saying it too. Other people are saying they are very hungry. I didn't say it. I don't mean me. Other people are starving. Please, let's wrap up. 2 minutes. Okay, it's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Moderators. Okay, so attention, please. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's clap for ourselves. Some few announcements. Please pay attention. So I know that the day is fast spent. Group 1, attention please. Group 2. Okay, so I know that the day is fast spent, but we have a very final session after lunch. It's going to be very brief, and that is where, you know, the action moving forward is going to come from, because all that we've talked about, we are going to need financing, right? We're going to need money. Money is the fuel that runs the show. So the session after lunch is about financing. You can't miss that one. So I know we're all tired, but please, let's come back. 40 minutes max, we are out of here. Huh? 2:40, yeah. So please, 2:40, we are back in this room at 2:40, so we can be done with a 40-minute discussion on the finance bit. Then we wrap up and we are done. So please don't go away after lunch. This is very important. 2:40, we are back in here. The lunches are the reception of the restaurants, just outside when you move outside. Thank you.
I think the solutions that mentioned
can certainly help in terms of banks supporting startups. However, most of the time, startups tend to avoid banking as the first source of finance for their operations. And I believe that we have to make available a range of financing options for startups. Principal among them is grants. I know that these days we are shying away from grants, maybe because they are not easily accessible or people see them as free money and that's being wasted. But grants tend to be very good for some of these early stage businesses because they need to find themselves in a state. They need to find themselves in a state where they are proven to be profitable before more financing can come into play. So that is a very critical aspect. Another important one is the role of angel investors, whereby angel investors can they can offer small ticket investment, but more critically, they offer coaching, they offer experience and expertise to these startups. That helps to de-risk the businesses, and then they can now be ready for venture capital. And if we grow our venture capital ecosystem, and also we create a condition whereby startups can receive support from corporate, because we are talking a lot about circularity. There are a lot of players, and the corporate organizations can play a big role. The bigger organizations can play a big role. And so if there's some sort of collaboration, we see startups emerging mainly from universities, from innovation hubs, etc. So if there can be some sort of collaboration between those institutions and the corporate sector, I think that can also help in terms of the early stage of financing. And here I want to emphasize again, we have a national research fund that has now been set up. And yeah, I know it's a long shot, but one of the things the National Research Fund can do is to allocate.
What does the fund say? What?
The National Research Fund is going to be a statutory institution on its own under the Ministry of Education. And one of the things the National Research Fund can do, and I know that the administrator has it at the back of her mind because she said it herself, is making some allocations for commercialization projects, which means that there should be some facility available for these early stage innovators that need to do it. So I think that's the way to go. And then once they are ready and they are provable, they can also access funding from venture capital firms, etc. Yeah. At RISA, we are supporting a number of innovative solutions to address some of these things.
Has the issue of, I know in certain instances you have some investors coming in, but then they ask for some equity in what you're doing. And that has that been some kind of disincentive or push some startups away because they feel that you're asking for too much, giving us money, asking us for 50% of the business, 60% of the business. Has that been like an issue?
So oftentimes I try to clarify that I'm not an investor. Like we don't invest into the businesses. directly, but but yeah, it's there are two forms of financing at a high level. That's the equity, which normally comes from angels or venture capital, and then the debt, which will normally come from banks. And yes, startups at a very early stage are wary of those types of equity investors because they don't want people to take over their companies. And so that's the reason why I'm emphasizing the role of what grants as the first step, because but that way a lot of things can be de-risked and then you can move to angels and others. But as for the investor taking a stake in your business is a normal part of business practice. What we have to be concerned about is whether the business is sustainable and will generate returns. And remember, because we are talking about circularity, the returns also go beyond what economic to social and environmental. So if we can guarantee that, then definitely, yeah. And so I just want to mention like impact investing. So this paradigm around impact investing is one of those ways to address some of these tensions. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Gamali, for that. Madam Peace. So one of the things from the bank's perspective, right? What are some of the signals or indicators, that show that an SME is ready to scale and is bankable? Because that is what banks you look out for. What are some of the things that you need to tick before you invest in a particular innovation or in a particular startup?
Thank you. Look at the revenue of the SME. So as a startup, once you start the business, you have to start keeping records because a bank will look at your record before giving any money out to you. So we look at your books, your account, financials, and we also look at how often you deposit money into the account, how your account is running. We look at revenue. It's very important. We look at how much revenue comes in a day, in a week, in a month, to be sure that when we loan money out to this startup, we are going to get our money back. So revenue is one of the things. We also assess the business to look at the going concern of the business. Is that business going to be there for foreseeable future, or we will just give you money and after 6 months, 1 year, we won't see the business again? Those are the things we actually look out for to know that this SME is ready or bankable, or whatever project the SME is doing is viable.
Record keeping. You're talking about record keeping. You're talking about finances, how they do their books, and then the third one was how I didn't get that one.
Assess their financials. So
Okay, so
that's
an
account at the end of every month. We also look at their cash flow.
Yeah, cash flow. That was the last one. Yeah,
cash flow statements. We will look at all those things to be sure that your business is going to be there for the foreseeable future.
So Gamali, with the points that she's raised, is this something that is feasible or is easy to attain by the innovators that you work with? Because some of the things that she's mentioned, it requires capacity, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's in Ghana we say what is step by step. Yes. So for I don't know if you are a young innovator just starting out in the university, you probably not be at the level, or at the stage that is being required by the banks, but you can be trained. So that's the reason why we have the various entrepreneurial programs, and then we have startup coaches that can give you those skills for you to get to that level. And as I was saying before, I talked about angels, but obviously they are family and friends. And the institutions themselves, one of the things I want to emphasize is the role of institutional funds, or what you can call a prototype fund, maybe in the university or in the innovation hub or some network that can provide that first level of investment in the startups, and through that, managing those access to early funds, they will learn the required financial skills to be ready for the next level. And for the most part, in those early stages, they are looking for what they call the minimum viable product, which is basically to see that what the solution you are offering exists and it's working, right? So they'll be looking at things like, first of all, the feasibility of the solution. Is it working? And how viable is it? What's the potential? And do people want it? Is there a market? Because at that stage, you don't have a lot of money coming into your books, but at the same time, you need to demonstrate that there's a demand for your innovation before it gets funded. So those are some of the key things you would look for in the early stages. Yeah.
Okay, great. I think this is very, very interesting. So I picked up the issue about you keep hammering on grants at the initial stage to help with de-risking, right? So that when it's established, then you can now look at the bigger, financial institutions. Okay. So we are now going to collaboration and ownership, right? So what are some of the types of partnerships, right, between banks, innovation funds, government, and all these other stakeholders that can really help us create, the kind of incentives to be able to move, to scale these innovations? So what kind of partnerships, what kind of collaborations are existing, or what can we enhance on? What can be enhanced or strengthened to be able to make this provide stronger incentives? I don't know whether you'd like to start, since yeah.
I think banks can collaborate with innovation funds.
Mm-hmm.
And then by so doing, like he mentioned, training, they can train the people for them to know how to do bookkeeping.
Yeah.
From there, they know how to do, cash flow statement. I mentioned cash flow statement earlier. It's not something that you have to be in a business for long before you prepare. Immediately you are starting a business, you are trying to look into the future and know what you can do within the next 6 months, within the next year. So once the banks partner with the innovation funds and then the accelerators, they will be able to train people on those things. And then when after the training and they realize that the SME is ready to take a loan from the bank, they will give.
Gameli, what about you? It's not working.
I believe in the power of multi-stakeholder partnerships. And in the Riser Fund, across 6 countries that we work in, we support a number of these multi-stakeholder partnerships. And these partnerships bring together people from government, civil society, academia, and industry, including investors. So that way we can identify ecosystem level challenges and try to work to solve them. It also creates the opportunity to create direct partnerships, maybe between academia and industry, or the hubs and academia, to advance various phases of innovation, including circular innovations. And so just to give an example, we have the Ghana Research and Industry Collaborative, which is dedicated to bridging the gap between research and industry. And within that collaborative, there are a number of capacity building efforts aimed at helping researchers to turn their research outputs into innovations that can be funded. And at the same time, also advance suggestions towards improving the landscape for research commercialization in Ghana as well. We also have the Rural Innovation Network of Ghana, which is basically looking at in rural and peri-urban communities, how do we transfer research capabilities? For example, processing of products like tomatoes, etc., so that they don't go waste. Because I think it's all part of the idea of circularity, because you want to also reduce waste and integrate. So with that collaborative in place, we also have
rural banks who are in that network, exploring different types of financing solutions that can help the SMEs as part of that. So some of these collaborations are key. Obviously, national policy is also important. And recently, Ghana has been working on the innovation and startup bill, of which we are also big supporters of, because that bill is going to make it easier for early stage innovations, including the research-driven ones, including those addressing circular economy, to receive support from the national system for them to grow. So yeah, so those types of partnerships are key because they are different things. You know, we are talking a lot about access to finance, but we are also talking of technical capacity. We are talking about even visibility for these businesses and a whole range of things. And they are proven to work. Recently, University of Cape Coast, a group of students, they launched a new product. They call it Enigiaba. It's an organic pesticide, which was developed within the university. The university backed them up to come up with that solution. And they've proven that there's a market for it, and RISA is now supporting them to scale this innovation. In the discussion, there's a lot of talk about the pilots are too many. We need support to scale. It is the university being ready to collaborate with the startup, the group of students creating this startup. That has made it possible for, first of all, the research that was being done in the university to be transferred into a solution, and it's now a product that the university has released. So in our context, this can really work with the right partnerships.
Thank you. So I see a broad range of solutions here or opportunities, right? So one, you've talked about grants or de-risking at the initial stages. You've also talked about the situation where the banks will also partner with organizations like yourself to provide that initial support when they say what upon your need to frog, then the big investors then come in. And then the issue about research industry linkage. I think that's also one thing that I picked up from the discussion. That is very good. Now let's assume we are concluding. Let's assume that you have been given the power, right, to grant one wish, which is one thing that if you're given that opportunity, you would do to make sure that circular agri innovations can be scaled. What would you do if you're given that one wish or one action that you can take and you have all the resources to take that action? What would that be? Should I give you 2 seconds to think? So basically, I'm just asking, if you're given, what is the most important action that you think needs to be taken next year, 2026, to be able to scale agri innovations? Yes. So let's say you have all the resources, you can do that one thing. What would it be? You ready?
No, for me, it's what I've already said. We need to support early stage ideas. So how to create the right environment for these early stage ideas to be supported, to be invested in, is what is of concern to me. I know you said one thing, but at the institutional level, the universities and the innovation hubs, they need to look at creating in-house innovation or prototype funds or within research institutes so that there can be some level of small amount of investment going into these startups to get going. And then at the broader ecosystem level, we need to introduce financing solutions that are specifically geared towards innovations so that they can scale. Yeah, I know that people are working on some of these solutions, but they are not enough. So we need to support more of them. Yeah.
Your last word.
I think that as a country, if we introduce Islamic financing, it will really,
Financing, sorry.
Islamic.
Can you explain?
They are not interested in interest. So it's basically sharing profit and loss. So that will help startups, because if they give startup funds to start their business and then it doesn't go well, they are ready to share the loss with you.
Okay.
If it is profitable, yes, but they are not going to charge you. Let's say come for 10,000, you are paying 28% on 10,000. So as a country, if Economic finance is introduced, it will help the startup to do.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Peace and Mr. Gameli, for this very interesting and insightful discussion. We thank you so much. Madam Peace has not been too well, but she really made time to come and be with us. Please, let's give them a round of applause. We're hoping we could give some time for questions, but I think with the time we can't do that. We would provide an opportunity for information to be shared, and I think we'll create some kind of email platform where we can share information after this. Where's Klinsmann? Okay. I was hoping that we'll take a photo. Yeah. Is Klinsmann here? Okay. But anyway, thank you very much. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Should I help you? Should I help you? Yeah. Is he here? Okay. Thank you. Please let's give them a round of applause. Do we have our synthesis team ready? Our synthesis team, do we have them ready? The groups. Are we ready? Hey, nobody is talking. Oh. Can I see by hands those who are supposed to support with the synthesis? Can I see by hand? Okay, are you ready? Okay. So we've had some very, very interesting discussions during the breakout session. And the highlights of each of the group discussions have been put together. We have a team that have tried to synthesize to bring out the key points, right, that we will share briefly, just briefly, so at least you know what went on in the groups, the key highlights of the discussion. Please, let's focus on key highlights, looking at the time that we have. So I'm going to start with Group A, priority challenges and local needs. Can we have the synthesis for that group? Who is presenting on that? Please, let's give him a round of applause. You can introduce yourself.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Samuel Etuahene from CSR Institute of Industrial Research. And for Group 1 or Group A, we talked about the mapping the gaps, that's identifying priority challenges and local needs. So we focused on what the main challenges are. We talked about the value chain and production stages, the kind of offers that they give and the highest potential for circular economy. We also talked about what policies, institutional and institutional gaps. Then the last, we also talked about the capacity building or knowledge gaps that we have. Now, like she said, I'm just going to give the highlights, so not much. So the first one, when we talk about the challenges, we talked about the mindsets. And when we talk about mindsets, we are talking in terms of the farmers, the public, whatever mindset they have about circular economy. Most of them do not really have knowledge about it. That talks about the knowledge gaps. They don't really have any knowledge about circular economy, the benefits of it. So why do you think they want to even go into this? We also talked about financial gaps. Now, one thing that I really, Group 1, we focused most was farmers, if they don't get any passive financial support, there's no way they would want to go in. If they are not getting some incentives, they are never going to go in. And somebody gave a very clear example that if a farmer is going to get about 10,000 Ghana cedis a day from, or 10,000 Ghana cedis a week from a Galamsey site, why do you think he will go into circular economy? Okay, so that's also another challenge. We also talked about the access to inputs. What kind of inputs are we giving these farmers, okay, and the public? And then we also talked about the lack of standards, and that is very essential. When we are talking about organic produce and product, what are the standards that we actually use? We don't have that. So anybody can come in and say that I'm actually giving you organic produce, but at the end of the day, it may not be true. Okay. Then we also talked about the value chain. 2 or 3 more. Okay, I'll make it very short. Then we talked about the value chain that also talked about the sales of organic waste generation from the local markets and so on. We talked about the customers at the end value chain, as in how to change their mindset, okay? Changing the mindsets of the end users. Then appropriate technologies that are actually needed. We don't have that. Or even if we do, lack of what? Capacity building. Then we talked about the policies, and policies talks about the limitation of consultation for policies. Also, farmers are not included when we are implementing these policies. Okay, they are the users, but we don't even include them during
one.
Yes, okay, and the last one is gender inclusive. Gender, we only talk about men, right? Just a few women. But if we go to the farms, women are doing much of this work. We don't include the women. And that's also policies. We should include the women. And the last one, talking in terms of capacity building, what kind of capacity building do we need? Education awareness across value chain. We also talk about research, and technology address. All right, thank you very much.
For him. This one, rough tactics. Wow. Okay. Can we have group 2, finance and market opportunities? Thank you. Please let's clap for her.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm Janet Ousudakon. I work with E4 Impact Foundation. Group 2, we treated the topic or the theme, catalyzing investment, finance and market opportunities for circular agri-innovation. Some of the challenges we came across is the fact that thank you. Okay, thank you. A very affable MC, thank you. So we had the fact that there's too much over-politicization of policies in Ghana, the fact that there's a knowledge gap in the financial sector, and then also the fact that there's non-scalability and then non-attractive and costly finances. People not applying this might be due to high requirements from the part of people giving funds. So this had to do with what barriers deter investors. And we also treated what existing finance or investment mechanisms actually could attract or support circular agri-tech ventures. Village savings and loans, UNIDO Fund for Circular Economy, Africa Water Facility for Circular Economy. And then last but not least, we wanted to know which sectors or product markets show the most promising demand for circular innovations. And then we came up with 2 core sectors, the organic fertilizer sector and then sustainable packaging. The key challenges: international and multinational institutions have financial advantage in terms of economies of scale, purchasing power, and efficiency. Lack of government interventions, and the fact that we are not able to sustain policies in the change of government and change of administration. Oh, thank you. I have the honor of standing in her stead. Just 2 minutes more. Recommendations. Government should clearly define policy implementation and the sustainability of policies in any change in government and administration. Capacity building for the financial sector. Why? Because there's a lot of knowledge gap. They do not understand the ESOs and the circular economy as well. And then there should be proper record keeping or bookkeeping of circular economy activities. So Mr. Samuel, if you are here, I mentioned your point because you were telling me to. Key takeaways is that government should have grants, specific grants dedicated to the circular economy. This is the general discussion that we gathered under the theme catalyzing investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's give group 2 a round of applause. Thank you. Last but not the least, group 3, scaling pathways and partnerships. Please let's clap for him. Oh, I thought he was coming here. Oh, it's a let's clap for her.
Okay, group 3, we dealt with scaling pathways and strategies. And our first question was to find out the types of partnerships. So when it comes to the types of partnerships, we mentioned that there should be partnership between governments and CSOs and NGOs. So governments cannot do it alone. Individuals cannot do it alone. There should be partnership between governments, CSOs, NGOs, and individuals. We also need partnership from financial institutions. When you have an idea and there's no access to fund, there's no way the idea can materialize. So we need partnership from the financial institutions. And as you all know, we have a lot of them, the banks, microfinance, depending on the level at which the business is. Then we have industry players. So when it comes to the circular economy, it's very big. We need to know if it's the plastic side, it's organic waste, solid waste, or the liquid one. So when we know the specific sector or industry, we'll be able to partner with them. Then we have the intergovernmental institution collaborations. Since sometimes it's not just about one, there has to be intergovernmental institutions collaboration because some of them are linked. You can't do without the other, so we have to make sure we partner with the intergovernmental institutions. We have AGI, Association of Ghana Industries, as we know, they are doing well, and we have to continue partnering with them. Then we have the waste management companies. There's a lot of waste management companies around that. We have to partner with them when it comes to the types of partnerships we should be involved. Then 2, how can existing institutions and initiatives be aligned to avoid duplication and create a national circular ecosystem? So we mentioned that 1, there has to be co-creation with all stakeholders or actors in the industry. 2, multi-stakeholder partnerships. So it shouldn't be just one-sided, it has to be a multi-one. Then sector-specific collaborations. We need a specific collaboration and not just generalizing everything when it comes to the circular economy. It's very big. Then our third question, roles of universities and ESOs. So we suggested that there should be innovative hackathons. We know there are a lot of hackathons going on, but not innovative. We need to focus on innovation. Then 2, research works. So when it comes to research, we know our researchers are doing well, but most of their works end up on the shelves. But we are suggesting that universities, when they are done with their researches and come out with their findings, it should be published. And also on even local platforms so that the locals can also have access to the findings or the outcome of their research. Then there should also be innovation hubs and labs.
Wrapping up.
So currently we have universities that are coming up with innovation hubs. We also talked about bringing back our school clubs. So whilst growing up, I can't remember we have science class. If you are having social clubs, so there should be a club in the schools that will start the circular economy idea. Then placing information in school curriculum, yes. So we also spoke about inculcating this idea in our school curriculum. And there should also be knowledge hubs and also more works when it comes to TVETs.
Last one.
Financing projects. So duplication of projects with donors. So we also said this is also a challenge when it comes to the work that donors are doing. You find a donor doing the same work with other companies. We see that to be a challenge. And then also government is not coordinating with the various interventions. There are a lot of intervention, but there's no coordination. Research findings are not being implemented. So as I mentioned earlier on, there are research works that have not been implemented. When they come out with a finding, we should try and then come out with the results for us to see if it worked or it didn't work. And if it didn't work, how do we go about it? Then technology. When it comes to technology, some are still lacking when it comes to technology. And we have advanced technology that will suggest that money should be invested for the sector players to be able to invest more. And when it comes to legalization, we also see it to be a challenge. Then research findings should be implemented. When it comes to our recommendation, we need to have a knowledge bank where all research findings can be kept and easily accessed. So when we ask our locals, most of them don't know where to go, where to even access information. There should be a knowledge bank for us. There should be co-creation with sector players.
Let's clap for Madame. Clap, clap, clap. She wants all the apport to come. Please let's give Gopri a round of applause. They had so much to say. But because of time, we have to cut this short. So we will share the information across when we come up with a report. Please let's clap for ourselves, everybody. We've come to almost the end of today's session. So we'll take some few words, closing remarks from our two key implementing partners. So we start off with Dr. Solomon Jebres-Gabha. She's a senior researcher. I hope I pronounce your name correctly today. She's a senior researcher at IWMI and practically leading and supporting, or more like leading the circular economy team in our place. Please let's give a round of applause.
Thank you, Sadia. Whenever I go to workshops like this, the announcers or people who are moderating, they are always afraid or scared of my last name, so they don't dare to say it. But it's Gebre-Xavier. It's a mouthful, but you can try it. It can be an exercise. So, well, we have reached at the end of our session. I must say that this day has been very energetic and very inspiring. Thank you all for all your commitment, for your honest discussions. It has been very refreshing to see that we have had very exciting and also very lively discussions throughout the day. Today's discussion has underscored the need for circularity, but it has also underscored the need for collaborative innovation, where diverse groups of people such as ourselves, this room is a representation of the type of diversity that we need when we are also implementing our projects or our innovations. So it has underscored the need for public sector, private sector, research, academia, and also CSOs, and also the farmer groups to come together to unlock opportunities, also to unlock innovations. We have looked at the challenges that we face. We have identified gaps. What I took from the high-level discussion or the high-level remarks was that it's timely for Ghana to transition to circularity. It's very critical and timely to transition to circular agri-food system, We have seen the presentation from Berta, which have highlighted the need for circularity and the gaps. When you look at Ghana's circular economy, it's at a nascent stage. There is a lot of opportunity, but it hasn't been tapped. So if you look at the waste, for example, food waste, there is 3.2 million tons of food waste a year. That's untapped resource. If waste is a resource, then it's the only resource that increases with consumption. No resource increases with consumption except for waste. And that's when we consider it as a resource. So if we are not reusing this resource, we are losing a lot of opportunity. So this is a timely discussion for us to think about how do we charter new commitments, how do we come together to unlock opportunities. There are innovations, locally or homegrown innovations that has not looked at the market. And it's the ecosystem that is missing. How do we create an enabling environment where innovators, startups can flourish? And this also touches on finance. And we have given ample time for finance. I was glad to see one of the previous session, it was on finance. How do we unlock financing? So one of the speakers, not speakers actually, during the group discussion, one of the members, they were saying, finance, it should not be business as usual. We need innovative financing. So what are those innovative financing that we can unlock? We also have to look at inclusivity. Inclusivity not only on gender, but also location marginality. We have innovations which are staying at a small scale because they can't access finance. How do we reach them? Education, and also collaboration. Because in Ghana, we have a number of innovations, but we work in silos. And that's one of the flagship products that we have at IWMI, the Circular Economy or Bioeconomy Innovation Hub, where most of you are also part of that innovation hub. So I would like to take this moment to thank every one of you who have made this event possible. This is the beginning of a new collaboration. It's just the launching of what we will have, a longer program that we will collaborate with you. So we'll have more discussions with you. So I'd like to thank all of you for your commitment, for your honest discussions, and for your bold ideas. And this gives us confidence that Ghana is ready also to embed circularity in its agri-food system. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Solomi. You said something that was very profound. I didn't really think, I never thought about it, that waste is the only resource that increases with consumption, right? That is very interesting. So I've taken a quote, Dr. Deborah Hasbah 2025, right? Let's pen that down. Let's clap for her. So, from the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT, we have Ms. Tiffany Talsma. She's research team leader at ABC, that's Alliance for Biodiversity and CIAT here in Ghana. Please, let's give her a round of applause.
Thanks, Sadia. Okay, I feel like a bit of an imposter, in part because this is the first time I'm attending an Accelerate for Impact platform event. But my colleagues are here visiting Ghana. I think, Taya, it's your first time to Ghana, right? And Giampiero has been around for many decades, but coming and going. And decades, I don't know, 15 years? Not that old. But I think one of the wonderful things that they've been doing in 9 other countries, they've run the Accelerate for Impact platform, which brings people like you around a entrenched problem or opportunity in a national environment to solve problems. And so I think this is really exciting to see Ghana entering the list as country number 10 to have one of these Accelerate for Impact platform events. And I think the idea of doing this for the circular innovation and the circular economy innovation that is needed is really great, because I don't know about your groups, but the group I was in was the most talkative when we were talking about our challenges and the gaps. And none of us want to walk away from the session today thinking about the challenges and the gaps. Those are the opportunities. That's the invitation for us to gather around the Circular Economy for Ghana initiative, which is going to be very action-oriented and needs to be guided by the kinds of priorities and opportunities and challenges that we heard today. So I think it's really exciting that this collaboration has started, and thank you for allowing me to be part. I'm based here in Ghana, so hopefully I'll be able to also join in on the circularity initiative and conversation as they continue. So one thing that came very clear is there is already circularity happening. We heard about some initiatives happening at the individual level, some initiatives happening in companies, some initiatives that are already being promoted by local government and by ministries. So there's action, but how do we come together and start learning from each other and extending our impact a little bit farther? Finance is both a bottleneck and also an opportunity, as we heard. So how can we bring ideas on how blended finance and catalytic solutions can be part of the circularity initiative going forward? Partnership is really essential. So I love seeing the diversity of people that showed up today. Please look around the room. I hope that numbers were exchanged and that we will also start seeing more of each other, because there was such a great diversity of ideas. And in short, Ghana is ready. So very welcome to bring your initiative here so that we can start exchanging on this. Where does it go from here? You'll each receive a survey, so please do respond to the survey. It's also to hear from you about your interest to continue in the Circular Economy for Ghana initiative, where it goes from here. And the results of the workshop today will be captured in a report as well. So we all heard the synthesis from our colleagues, but of course, if you want to share that more widely with your colleagues and within your organizations, then please stay tuned. I guess the only other thing that I want to emphasize is a huge thank you for all the participants for being incredibly active and bringing all of your ideas, for the breakout leads for capturing and guiding the discussion so expertly, for our colleagues at IWMI and the Circular Bioeconomy Innovation Hub, and also for the African Development Bank for making it possible for us to be here at Lancaster Hotel today. So I hope that we'll take this as a jumping off point where we start to bridge the work of research, of science, but also of the commercial sectors, the financial sectors, and the policymaking sectors to work together on this cross-cutting circular economy initiative. Thank you.
Please, let's clap for her one more time. So we've come to the end of a very productive session. Please, let's clap for ourselves. It's been a very, very good day. I would like to call on Ms. Jifa Agbefu to come and give us a vote of thanks and any final announcements before we leave. Please, let's clap for her. And in fact, she's the main organa of this whole thing. Please, let's clap for her.
Thank you, Sadia. I just want to say thank you to you all. For our panelists, moderators, rapporteurs, we reached out to you. You did not hesitate, readily available. All my emails, all my million calls to you. We are really grateful. We truly appreciate. We have seen your enthusiasm to contribute to the discussion, sharing your ideas to be able to make this innovation challenge design very, very beneficial and well aligned with the national priorities. For that, we are really grateful. You will look forward to our report. Once it's out, we will share. We will stay in touch with you once we are ready with the call. Now you are in my mailing list, so anything, I'm going to forward it to you for you to be able to also share with your various networks to respond. Thank you very much and have a lovely day. You didn't leave after lunch. Thank you for, for staying. Thank you and safe journey back home. And the survey, please respond when we share. We want your feedback on the event organization, where we can improve going forward. Maxwell? Oh, to our online participants, you're not forgotten. I promise. Thank you for staying online. Thank you for joining our discussions and learning from all that has been said. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you and safe journey. Please, you can network, find out one last thing. Hey, Jifa.
We have some limited bags. Not everyone may get it, but you can pass by and pick. It's just a souvenir bag, tote bag. Not everyone will get back.